Yes, good morning, students. Yes,
Good morning, ma'am.
very good. So let us start this chapter 5, okay? I had given some homework, did you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
But how many of those groups are the Toberian traits and how many of them are not? Yes, everybody? How many groups are Toberian traits? Toberian trait, yes. How many of them?
Ma'am, 3.
3?
4.
Are you sure? Everybody? What about others? Yes, boys?
4. 4.
Avikatti got 4. Okay. Remaining members? Yes, I'm speaking about the homework. How many of them are the variant traits?
Ma'am, 4.
4? So about the first one, is it? Yes, first one was, what was the first one? Which were the 3 elements in the first group? Yes, the first group A. It consisted of nitrogen, phosphorus, and another one arsenic, isn't it? So is it a Doberian trait?
No.
No? Everybody? Yes or no?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
The answer is in the textbook itself. They have given C. The questions were from the textbook itself and answer is in the textbook itself. Below this table 5.1, they have given that B and C forms the Doberian trait and A is not. So this is not a Doberian trait. Then group B, it consisted of what? Calcium, isn't it? Strontium and barium. So is it a Doberian trait?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is a Doberian
Yes,
trait. Then group C. What about group C? Chlorine, bromine, and iodine. It is also a Doberian trait. Another one. Next one was, which were the elements? Magnesium, calcium, and again strontium. Is it a Doberian trait? Yes?
No, ma'am.
No, this doesn't form a trait. Why? Because the mean of the magnesium and strontium it is not equal to the atomic mass of the calcium. Okay, this is not the trait, Doberner trait. Next remaining two are, yes, remaining two are what? Both of them are the trait, and it was sulfur, selenium, isn't it? And tellurium. Next one was barium, magnesium, and calcium. These two are the Doberner traits. So out of the 6, 4 of them are the Doberner traits, isn't it? So this was about the yesterday's homework. Those who didn't get, check it. The answer is like this. First one is not, second and third one is a Doberner trait. Then again it is not, then the remaining two are the traits. So if you have got wrong answer, mark it like this and check it once again. Try it again once again. You will get that out of these 6, these 2 and these 2 will form the trait. So is it clear? Anybody any doubt in this?
No,
Yes?
ma'am.
No doubt, no? So let us continue now. So we were speaking about the Doberner classification of the elements. And in yesterday's class, we studied that he has arranged the elements in the group. And each group consists of how many elements? Yes, how many elements were there in Doberner trait?
3 groups.
3 groups?
3 elements. 3 elements.
Each group, there were three elements. Since there were 3 elements in each group, he named it as a trait. And out of the known elements at that time, how many elements were there? No, he was able to form only 3 traits. Okay, as a result of which his classification was not useful. So further it didn't continue. because whatever the threads he formed, he told that the atomic mass of the middle one will be equal to the average of the atomic masses of the remaining two, he told, no? And for that, we have solved some examples also to get ourselves clarified what kind of the threads will be, how the threads are formed. And whatever the elements were known at that time, during the time of the Doberner, among those elements, he was able to form only 3 threads. Then what about the remaining elements? What happened to the remaining elements? He left it as it is because he was unable to arrange them in the increasing order. He can arrange them in the increasing order, but he was unable to form the threads because he was explaining about the threads means he got only 3 threads out of the known elements at that time. So how many threads did he form at that time when the Doberner started forming the groups? Yes, how many threads did Doberner get? Yes, students, how many
3.
threads? 3. What about the remaining elements then? Did he form the threads?
No, ma'am.
No, because he still so many elements were there, but he was unable to form the threads means then his periodic classification was not useful for the study of the further elements which were present at that time. As a result of which, next the scientists underwent they started the study again. And let us know something about the Doberner. See, it is given here. And in the textbook, see, table number 5.2. Those are the 3 Doberner threads. Can you see there? Yes, open your textbooks. Table
Yes.
number 5.2. Yes, what is the first thread? Which are the elements in the first thread?
Lithium, calcium, and chlorine.
No, 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 no. You shouldn't go in this way. Lithium, calcium, chlorine, you are saying. Go row wise.
Ma'am, lithium, sodium, potassium.
Because I gave the example of internet connection is unstable. Huh? What happened? Everybody is able to hear me clearly and see the board clearly now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay then. See, yesterday I gave you the example of lithium, sodium. So you should go column wise. Okay. The group should be column wise. So the first trade is lithium, potassium. So these there are 3 trades given. The first one is lithium, sodium, and potassium. What is the second? Table number 5.2. Second trade.
Calcium, strontium, barium.
Calcium, strontium, and barium. And the third one?
Chlorium, bromine, iodine.
Chlorine, bromine, and iodine. So you have column wise. Column wise, those are the trades. First trade, second trade, third trade. And he 3 trades in the table number 5.2. So let us know something about him. Textbook says John अपने आप पूरा अभी क्लियर है नहीं संगमेश? Sorry, students. Are you able to hear now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we were speaking about the Berner. Okay, we want to collect some information about him. So there is an information given in your textbook. Open your textbook. See there. What is his complete name? Yes, what is his complete name?
John Wolfgang Doberner.
John Wolfgang Doberner. Okay, he studies at a pharmacist. Pharmacist. Do you know who is a pharmacist? Yes, the one who keeps the drug shop. Drugs means not that kind of the drug, medicines. Okay, at Munchburg in Germany. Okay, where did he study pharmacist? At Munchburg in Germany, and then studied chemistry at Strasbourg. Then he studied chemistry at Strasbourg. Then eventually he became a professor of chemistry and pharmacy at the University of Jena. Since he has studied pharmacy and chemistry, he became the professor of chemistry and pharmacy. Where did he work as a professor? In which university did he work? Yes.
Jena.
In the University of Jena. Then Doberner made the first observations on platinum as a catalyst and discovered similar traits of elements which led to the development of the periodic table of the elements. See, this was the thing that is given in your textbook. Still, there is a lot of information about him. But whatever it is necessary, that small information is enough for you, because about this thing, this much is for your syllabus. Okay. So, what was his full name? Doberner's full name is?
John Wolfgang Doberner.
From which era to which era did he exist? Yes, what is the period from where to where he existed?
1780 to 1849.
Okay, 1780 to 1849. What was his degrees? What did he study? First he studied pharmacy. Next?
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Then he worked as a professor. Which subject? Professor for which
Chemistry
subject?
and pharmacy.
Chemistry and pharmacy. In which university?
University of Jena.
University of Jena. So this was the information of Doberner. But I told that because he was able to get only 3 traits out of the elements whichever were existing at that time, that means his theory was not useful for the further study purpose. Then later the scientists continuously started their work they started their work in the study of the properties of the elements based on their physical properties, chemical properties, and atomic masses. Continuously, whatever the elements were available at that time, the scientists completely involved in that study. By seeing the efforts of Doberner, other scientists also involved themselves in studying the elements. And since his theory was not useful, so there was a need of a particular or systematic classification of the elements, so that they should be studied in the future. Means first of all, they have to be arranged systematically based on the properties or the atomic masses. They may be physical properties or chemical properties. So the first atom next to the Doberner was Newland. Okay. So next comes Newland. Newland's law of octane. Okay. Next to the Doberner, it was Newland, whose full name is John Newland. Okay. He was an English chemist. Okay. First, where was Doberner? Doberner was from which country? Germany. Now there is another chemist by the name Newland, John Newland, and he is from English. By seeing the attempts of the Doberner, and they studied Doberner's head, but later Doberner was unable to explain the remaining elements. He was unable to form the traits of the remaining elements, so his theory was totally useless. Okay, that means not useless. He was unable to explain the remaining elements. He formed only 3 traits, as a result of which he didn't classify the elements properly. So that pattern was not used for the further study purpose. That means the scientists started again the research. for arrangement of these elements. Then the next Doberner was Newland, who attempted to arrange these elements properly. Okay, it was Newland who was next to the Doberner, who thought that these elements can be arranged like this. How did he arrange? Then he also did the same work. He arranged the elements in the increasing order of their atomic masses. He arranged the elements in the increasing order. At that time, 66 elements were present. And he arranged all of them in the increasing order of their atomic masses. From the lowest he started. And the lowest one was hydrogen. And he started arranging them in the increasing order. And the highest was thorium. And it was at the 56th position. Okay, he started with hydrogen and totally 56 were there, and the 56th was thorium. When he arranged these elements in the increasing order of the atomic masses, he found a special thing. What was that special thing? The special thing was every eighth element resembled the property of the first one. Okay, every eighth, if he is starting from the sixth, you see, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then from sixth onward, whichever is the eighth element, it resembles to that sixth element in its properties. That means the properties of the first and the eighth element were similar. And when he compared this property, that the resemblance of the eighth element is exactly similar to that of the first one. When he compared this to the octaves of the music, that is sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni in India. But in Western it is something else. See, what is it? It is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Okay, it is a Western note, and Indian note is sa, re, ga, ma. So when he compared this resemblance of the properties of the eighth element with the first element with the musical note, he, because of while comparison, he thought that the name should be given as octave. Of octaves. Octaves or Newland's law of octaves. Both are the same thing. Okay. Due to the comparison of the eighth element with, since they were resembling the properties, every eighth element was of the first one. This to the musical notes. So he gave octaves of the music. Since he compared octaves of the music, that are the notes. Okay. Because of that, he gave the name law of octaves or Newland's law of octaves. So let us see what are those octaves. What was those? So let me write the table and then explain you. So this is the Newland's law of octaves. Say. So this is the first note, Indian note, Western note. Okay. Then second one, third one. Yes, everybody is able to hear clearly now? Sound is clear now, students?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see the board clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
So these are the notes of the music, and below it, in each column, I'll place the elements. Actually, it has been given by the octaves of the Newland only. Newland has placed those elements in this musical note. So these are the columns which consist of the musical notes, and the upper one are the Indian notes. This one is our Indian notes, and in the bracket they are the Western notes. So let me arrange the elements: hydrogen, fluorine, chlorine, cobalt, and nickel. Then last one is bromine. Here, lithium, sodium, potassium, then copper, and ruby. Next. Calcium, next zinc, then strontium. Okay. So this was the octaves given by the Newland. Now observe it carefully. See it carefully. Okay, this is the Newland's octave. It is given in your textbook. If it is not visible, you open your textbook. Yes, students, is it visible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, see. These are the octaves of the Newland. What did he do first? First, he arranged them in the increasing order of the atomic masses. Then what did he find after arranging them in the increasing order? He has given the example of lithium and sodium. See, they are in the same note. These two elements are in the same note. And when he studied the properties of lithium and sodium were almost similar. So what was the thing? When he studied lithium and sodium, that means, see, count the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can take this also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is the eighth one to the lithium, isn't it? Are you able to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
See, this is the first one. Lithium is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is the eighth element to the lithium. That means if we consider the lithium as the first one, the eighth one to lithium is sodium. And when you study the properties of lithium and sodium, both of them have the similar properties. Okay, both of them have the similar properties. If you want to compare, you compare barium and magnesium. See, you can compare beryllium and, see, it is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, when you study the properties of these two, you will find that these are having the similar properties, and the elements which are having the similar properties are kept in the same musical note. See, we are saying that these are resembling in the properties. According to the law of octaves, we are saying that every eighth element resembles in the properties to that of the first one. Here also, every eighth element, this is the eighth element to the lithium, and eighth element is resembling in the property to that of the first element. Since they are resembling in the properties, they have been kept in the same musical note, rate, isn't it? These are resembling in the properties, and this is the eighth element to this one.
Ma'am,
In this musical note. Yes, anybody, anything? Yes, what happened?
when compare sodium and
Yes, I am unable to hear you.
sodium and potassium.
Yes, I am unable to hear you. Say it clearly. Anything? Anybody? Anything? Yes, Aditya is saying something, but I am unable to hear him. Will you repeat, Aditya? Yes, everybody is able to hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Compare sodium and... you can compare. You can compare. Yes, Aditya, you can compare this also. Sodium and potassium also you can compare. Are you able to hear me? At least send the message. I am unable to hear you. You can compare. Yes? Students, are you able to hear me? Shweta?
Yes, ma'am. Hearing.
Okay. See, you can compare sodium and potassium also, Aditya. Okay? You can compare sodium and potassium also. If we start from sodium as the first element, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And in the demerits, we'll study about the remaining one. Up to calcium, I am speaking, okay? Up to calcium. This is the octave that he has given. But whatever the rules were there that he has told about the octaves, it was applicable up to the calcium itself. So let me explain up to calcium. After that, there is a demerit. Why did his theory was rejected? His theory was later rejected because whatever the law was applicable, it was applicable up to the calcium. Okay, you can compare sodium and potassium also. Okay, you can compare sodium and potassium also. Is it clear? The doubt is clear, Aditya? Yes, reply at least by
Yes,
the
ma'am.
message. See, we are speaking about the elements, that is every eighth element resembles in property to that of the first element. But it was applicable, the law of octaves, the Newland's law of octaves was applicable up to the calcium itself. After that, the law totally failed to explain the law of octaves. Okay. So first you understand this much only. So this is the eighth one to the lithium, and the both of them were resembling in the properties. So they have been kept in the same note of the music. Okay, here also beryllium and magnesium. Again, eighth element, same musical note. Here also bromine and aluminum, same musical note. In the same way, carbon and silicon. Okay, in the same way, up to here we can explain. Up to calcium we can explain. You can take sodium and potassium, magnesium and calcium, fluorine and chlorine. Okay, up to here you can explain the Newland's law of octaves. It was correct. It holds good up to the calcium. So what was the law? Yes, what does the law explain to you? Yes, anybody? What does the Newland's law of octaves explains you?
First element of the first group will resemble the eighth element of the eighth.
You don't go to the group here. Still the groups were not there. You just say the number. Okay. You don't go to the group here. These are the notes, musical notes, not the group. Okay. These are the musical notes, not the group. Explain the Newland's law of octaves. First, you tell me, how did he arrange the? How did he arrange?
In order of increasing.
Very good. In the increasing order of what? Increasing order of?
Atomic mass.
In the increasing order of the atomic masses. He arranged the elements in the increasing order of the atomic masses. In this way, who was the first one then? Yes, who was the first one? The first one was?
Werner.
Hydrogen.
Not Dogarner. I am asking about the element. Which is the first element when he arranged in the increasing order? Which is the element I am asking, not the scientist. Okay? We are speaking about the elements which were arranged by the Newland. When Newland arranged the elements in the increasing order, which was the first element I am asking you? And it was?
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen. Okay, it was hydrogen. Then which was the 56th element?
Sodium.
No. It is given in the textbook. While
Thorium.
explanation I told.
Calcium.
56th
Thorium.
element. While explaining I told you.
Thorium.
Thorium. Very good. It was the 56th element was thorium. When you arranged the elements in the increasing order of their atomic masses, the first one was hydrogen and the 56th was thorium. We can't say the last was thorium. Okay. 56th was thorium. And what does the law of octaves was means? Every eighth element resembled the first one. It may be here. Every eighth resembled the first one. Eighth. You have to count like this. If we are considering this as the first, this is the arrangement of the elements according to the Newland's law of octaves. Okay, this is the arrangement that he has given. If we consider hydrogen as first, which will be the eighth one? Yes, if we consider hydrogen as first, which will be the eighth one?
Fluorine.
Fluorine will be the eighth one. And when we compare the properties of these two, they will resemble their properties. The properties will be almost similar. And if we consider lithium as the first one, which will be the eighth one?
Sodium.
Sodium. If I consider fluorine as the first one, then
Chlorine.
chlorine. So, in this way, wherever was the eighth element, it was resembling the first one, as a result of which first and the eighth, all these came in the same musical note. Okay, they came in the same musical note, and these were compared to the octaves of the music. Because of that reason, they were kept in these Newland's law of octaves in the form of the musical notes, and this is the Indian musical notes, and this is the second line exhibits the Western notes of the music. Because of that reason, it is called as Newland's law of octaves, because they resemble the octaves of the music. And when you observe the first and the eighth element, you observe that all of them are resembling each other in their properties, as a result of which they are kept in the same musical note. Same musical note. And this was done by Newland, and it was called as the Newland's law of octaves. So this is the table for the Newland's law of octaves. Now let us come to the something is given there. See, are you familiar with the musical notes? I don't know whether you are familiar. I am also not so much familiar. Okay. So in the Indian system, there are 7 musical notes. These are those. Sa, re, ga, ma. I don't want to say it. You can read yourself. These are the Indian musical notes, and these are the Western musical notes. Okay. So when you start, you can pronounce it. The notes in a scale are separated by whole or half step frequency intervals of tones and semitones. A musician uses these notes for composing the music of a song. Those who have the idea of music, because some of you might be going for the music classes, you will get an idea about this one. Okay. So for us, we don't know about anything. We don't know about music anything. We know about only the musical notes. So we will compare up to this much only. So if you are familiar with the music, if you are going to the music classes, you will understand it better. So naturally, there must be some repetition of notes. Every eighth note is similar to the first, and it is the first note of the second scale. So this was about the Newland's law of octaves. But whatever he explained, later this theory was also rejected. Why was it rejected? Naturally, there will be demerits. The merit was that he has explained very nicely about the elements, and he proposed the Newland's law of octaves, and that law was applicable up to the chlorine itself. That is the demerit. Okay, have you understood about this much? About the Newland's law of octaves. So who was the Newland? What is his complete name? Yes?
John Alexander
John
Newland.
Alexander. Okay, John Newland. And in which year did he exist? In 1866. Okay, 1866. So how did he arrange the elements? How did he arrange the elements in his?
Increasing order.
Yes, in increasing order of what?
Atomic masses.
In the increasing order of the atomic masses of the elements. And how many elements were known at that time? How many elements were known? Yes, how many were known?
56.
56 elements were known at that time. And what was the first element that he arranged in his arrangement? Or
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen was the first one. And which was the 56th one?
Thorium.
Thorium was the 56th one. Then while arranging, what is the special thing that he observed there? Yes, while
The
arranging,
eighth element resembles the first element.
Eighth element resembled the first in what?
Properties of first element.
Yes. When he compared the properties of the eighth element and the first one, every eighth, you can compare this and this, you can compare this and this, or this and this. Anyway, you can compare. Okay. When he compared the eighth element, every eighth element with the first element, he saw that eighth element and the first element, or both of them are having the similar properties. And he compared this with which one? He compared this to a particular thing. What was that?
With the music.
To the octaves of the musical notes. To the octaves of the musical notes. So because of that only, he gave the name for his law as, what did he give the name? Law of
Law of
octave.
octave.
Law of octaves, or it is also called as Newland's law of octaves. Okay, because of that reason only, since he compared this with the musical notes, that is musical octaves, because of that reason only it is given the name Newland's law of octaves. And now, since he has arranged all the 656 elements, but did he arrange all of them and all the elements were resembling this law? No, since all the elements they didn't undergo or they didn't satisfy the Newland's law of octaves, as a result of which further this theory was also rejected, or this classification was also rejected. And what were the reasons behind the rejection of this classification? We'll study now. Okay, that means the demerits of this law. We can call it as demerits, or due to which this law has been rejected. What are the reasons why this law has been rejected? We can say that reasons also, we can call them as demerits also. Usually they will call it as a demerit because these demerits only, there was a further new classification existed. Some other person will discuss now later. First we'll discuss about the demerits of this one. So what are the demerits? The first demerit is, sorry for the disturbance, students. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Say, whatever he explained, no, that the every eighth element resembles to the first element in its properties, that he called as laws of octaves, no, it was up to the calcium itself. You see the table carefully, I'm telling you. You observe the table of Newland's octaves. You hold your textbook, see there. It was applicable only up to the calcium itself. And after that, whatever the elements were there, no, they were unable to resemble this law. They didn't get fit in this law. Yes, anybody any doubt? Is the sound clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, whatever he explained, no, that the every eighth element resembles in the property to that of the first one, and that is called as the laws of the octaves. All the elements were satisfying this law. Up to how much? Up to calcium itself. After that, so many elements were there, but they didn't satisfy this law. What happened then? They didn't resemble the after the calcium. Every eighth element didn't resemble the first one in properties. So what happened there? His law was applicable only up to the calcium. So this law was applicable up to calcium itself, and after that the remaining elements were there, no, they were unable to exhibit this law. Which law? The Newland's law of octaves. This is called as the first demerit, the reason for the rejection of this Newland's law of classification of the elements. Okay, what is the first demerit is? What is the first demerit? What happened here? Yes, what happened here? Yes, are you able to hear me?
Laws applicable to up to calcium.
Very good. It was applicable up to the calcium itself. That means whatever the elements were there, no, they were resembling this law. They were satisfying this law up to the calcium. And after the calcium, though, how many elements, the remaining elements were there, no? They were unable to exhibit this law. This was the first demerit. Now let us come to the second demerit. He told that there are 56 elements. Okay, and he told that further there will be no discovery of the element, but it was not so. Continuously after the 56th element, the remaining elements were continuously going on discovering. Then what about these elements? Where these have to be kept? He told that only 56 elements exist in nature, and we will not be able to discover furthermore. This is the last one. But several other elements were also discovered, but they were unable to fit in the law of octaves. Again, there is a second demerit. The second demerit is that he told that only 56 is the last one. After that, there will be no elements in the nature. But after that, still large number of elements were discovered, but they were unable to fit in the law of the octave. So this was the second demerit. He told that 56 is the last. Okay, but it was wrong. Again, so many elements were discovered. We didn't satisfy what? We didn't satisfy the law of octaves, or they didn't get fit in this law. That means they didn't satisfy the law of octaves, or they didn't fit in this law of octaves. This was about the second demerit. Now let us come to the third demerit. See, while arranging, observe this table carefully. Now it's very important. Observe this law table of the Newland's octaves table. You observe when he was arranging the elements in this octaves table. No, what did he do? Somewhere he arranged two elements in the same slot. See, two elements are there in the same slot. That is the demerit. The demerit, third demerit is while arranging the elements according to the laws of octaves, somewhere he arranged two elements in the same slot which didn't resemble in the properties with the eighth one or the first one. Okay. For example, can you see the examples? Which are those two where he has arranged two elements in the same slot? Yes. Observe the table and say me where he has arranged two in the single slot, a single note of the music.
Cobalt and nickel.
Yes, very good. It is cobalt and nickel. Another one is, there are two examples. Okay, let us take the example of cobalt and nickel itself. Now see, chlorine, fluorine, chlorine and bromine. These three are similar. Is there any resemblance of these three with the cobalt and nickel? Cobalt and nickel are totally different than chlorine, fluorine and bromine. These three have same, and cobalt and nickel have been arranged with them. in the same slot. That means in the same musical note. These doesn't have the similar properties. That is chlorine and chlorine, fluorine, bromine. These are same, but cobalt and nickel, which has been kept along with this, they doesn't resemble in the properties. They are not having the same properties. Even then, they have been kept in the same note. And another thing is, cobalt and nickel resembles with the iron, the metal iron, but it has been kept far away. You observe the table carefully. See here, cobalt and nickel. Whether it is visible to you or no, I don't know. Yes, can you see?
Yes,
Everybody is having the textbook with you. See, this cobalt and nickel is here, and your iron is here. This and this have the similar properties. Even then, they have been kept far away in this table of octaves. But fluorine, chlorine, bromine, these three are same. But cobalt and nickel is not similar to this one. It doesn't have the similar properties. Even then, they have been kept in the same musical note. Okay, this is the demerit. What is the demerit? Some of the elements have been kept together. Two elements have been kept in the single slot, and that too, the two doesn't resemble with the remaining elements of that node. They doesn't resemble the properties to that of the other elements of that node. And if they are in similar with some other element, for example, cobalt and nickel is resembles to iron, but iron is kept far away from cobalt and nickel, and iron is a metal, whereas the remaining are oxygen, sulfur, they are non-metals. But iron being a metal is kept with the non-metals. This was the third demerit. So third demerit is two elements. So as to fit the elements in the slot, he has kept two elements in the single slot, that too with the non-similar elements, unlike elements. He has kept the two elements in the single slot, and that too with the unlike elements. And the like elements have been kept far away. The like elements have been kept far away, and metals and non-metals have been kept in the single slot. Metals and non-metals have been kept in the single slot. This is the third demerit. So this was the third demerit, and along with the discovery of the noble gases, when the noble gases were discovered, this theory totally became irrelevant. That means it was totally rejected. With the discovery of the noble gases, this theory became totally irrelevant. So these are the demerits, and only the lighter elements were able to explain or were able to satisfy this law of octave. Only the lighter elements, and whatever the new elements were discovered, no, they were unable to satisfy, or they were unable to fit in this law of octave. So this is about the demerits, or the reasons why the Newland's law of octaves was rejected. These are the demerits of the Newland's law of octave. So did you understand? Anybody any doubt? Yes, anybody any doubt in this?
No, ma'am.
So what is the first demerit of the Newland's law of octave? What is the first demerit? Anybody any doubt? Because of the continuous disturbance, maybe don't get disturbed. Okay, what is the first demerit?
it was applicable up to calcium.
Okay, it was applicable, very good. It was applicable only up to calcium. And after the calcium, whatever the elements were there, no, they were unable to satisfy or unable to fit in the law of octave. And the second demerit was? What was the second demerit? Yes, second demerit. Yes, are you able to hear me? If you were here, it was very good. So what is the second demerit?
It was assumed he was assumed that only 56 elements are existed in nature.
Very good, very good. He told that only 56 elements are there in nature, but later large amount of the elements were discovered. Okay, later a large amount of the elements were discovered which were unable to satisfy the law of octaves. And what is the third demerit? Other students, what is the third demerit? At least see the textbook and answer me. Next demerit, last one. Yes,
Metals
anybody?
and non-metals were arranged in single column.
Okay, metals and non-metals were kept in the single column. Furthermore, two elements were kept in the same slot, that too with the non-similar elements. Isn't it? And metals and non-metals were kept in the same musical note or the column. And with the discovery of the noble gases, this was totally rejected. And which kind of the elements were able to satisfy the law of octave? Only the lighter elements.
Lighter
Okay.
element.
Because of this reason, this Newland's law of octaves was rejected. Okay. So this was about the demerits of the Newland's law of octaves, and we have studied what is the Newland's law of octaves also. What is the Newland's law of octaves then? What is the Newland's law of octaves? Yes, students, what is the Newland's law of octaves?
The eighth element resembles the property of first element.
Very good. Every eighth element will resemble the property of the first one, he told, but it was a failure, but it didn't satisfy for the remaining elements, whatever were present at that time. So it was rejected. Because of that reason, this theory was rejected. Why it was rejected? We have discussed about the 3 points, and those are called as the demerits of this theory. Okay, this Newland's laws of octaves have 3 demerits, and we have discussed those 3 demerits also. And with the rejection of this theory or this classification, what was the next classification? By whom it was? We'll discuss in the next class. Is anybody any doubt in this class?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, thank you for today's class. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಾಳ್ದು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವ್ರಪ್ಪ. ಹಲೋ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್, ಕನ್ನಡ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾವ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳ್ತಿತ್ತು?
ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತೀರಿ, ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತೀನಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಯಾವ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳ್ತಿತ್ತು? ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಕೂಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪಾಠ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊದ್ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನಗೂ. ನನ್ನ ಯಾವ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಹುಡುಗರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ.
ಗೋಪಾಲ.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಆದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅದ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಸರಿ, ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಸರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಸರಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಜೋಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಾಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಈಸಿ ಆಗ್ತದ. ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೂವನ್ನ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೂವನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾನ. ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಜಗುಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಒಂದು ಮೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವಿಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ವಿಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ, ಆ ಮಧುಸೂದನನ ವಿಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಳು ಅಮ್ಮ. ಆ ಪೂಜೆಗೆಂದು ಆ ಮಗುವನ್ನ ಬೇಗನೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಳು. ಆ ಮಗು ಹೂಬುಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಗಳನ್ನ ಕೀಳುಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಆ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ದೃಶ್ಯವನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ. ಒಂದು ಹೂಬನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಂದರ. ಹೂಬನ ಅಂದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಇಷ್ಟನೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೂಬನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೂರಾರು ರೀತಿಯ ಪರ್ವತ ಬಾಳೆ ಹೂವು, ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೂವು, ಸೇವಂತಿಗೆ ಹೂವು, ಗೊರವಂಟಿಯ ಹೂವು, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಬಗೆಯ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಹೂಗಳು ಅರಳಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದವು. ಆ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಹೂಬನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸಿದ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ. ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೂಬನದ ಸೊಗಸನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸಿದನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ನೀವು. ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೂಬನದ ಸೊಗಸನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸಿದನು ಅಂತ 3-4 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ಯಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತಿತ್ತು, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅದೇ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೂಬನದ ಸೊಗಸನ್ನು ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು, ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತೆಂತ ಹೂಗಳಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹೂಬನದ ಒಂದು ಸೊಬಗು, ಸುಂದರತೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತದ ನೀವು ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾ ನೋಡೋಣ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತದ ಹೂಬನದ ಸೊಗಸು, ಸೊಬಗು, ಸುಂದರತೆ? ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಆ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಹೂಗಳು ಆ ಮಳೆ ಬಿಲ್ಲಿನಂತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲಿನಂತೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಕುಣಿತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾನ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ. ಅಂದ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯ ಹಾಡು ಕಿವಿಗೆ ಇಂಪಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾನ. ಆ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಂಪಾದ ಗಾಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೈಗೆ ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾನ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಹೂಬನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಹುಲ್ಲುಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚು ಹಸಿರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹುಲ್ಲು ಚಿಗುರು ಹೊಡೆದಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಹುಲ್ಲಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಬ್ಬನಿ ಅಥವಾ ನೀರಿನ ಹನಿಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದವು. ಆ ಹನಿಗಳು ತಂಪಾದ ಒಂದು ಗಾಳಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹಿಮ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಹಿಮ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಇಬ್ಬನಿ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಹಿಮ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಐಸ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಮದ ಮಣಿಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಬೆಳ್ಳನೆಯ ಮುತ್ತುಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿವೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ತಾನ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಿಂತ ಆ ಹೂವಿನ ಬನವೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಇದ್ರ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಮ್ಮ, ನೀನಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೇರೆ 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 ಬಣ್ಣದ ಹೂಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದು ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ, ಜಗುಲಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಒಂದು ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ನಾನಾ ಬಗೆಯ ಹೂಗಳನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಬಾಲಕ. ವಿಷಯ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಂತದಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ತಾಯಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ, ಹೌದು ಕಂದ, ಅವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಲೀಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹೌದಪ್ಪ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ದೇವರ ಲೀಲೆ, ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಲೀಲೆ. ಆ ನೀರಿನ ಹನಿಗಳು ಹಿಮದ ಮಣಿಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಹೂಗಳು ಅರಳಿ ನಿಂತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಒಂದು ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಬೆಳಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಲೀಲೆ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ ಎಂದು ಅಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರಿಸ್ತಾಳ. ವಿಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾಳ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಮೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾಳ. ನೋಡು, ಇದು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಗ್ರಹದ ಒಂದು ಮಹಿಮೆ, ಈ ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳ, ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾಳ. ಹೂಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟು ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗು, ಹೊತ್ತಾಗಿ ಹೋದರೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ನೊಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿನಗಾಗಿ ಗಂಜಿ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಗೋಪಾಲನೆ, ಬೇಗನೆ ಎದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇಗನೆ ನೀವು ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗು. ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ತಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ನೀನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೇಳೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ನೊಂದುಕೋತಾರ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಎಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೌಜನ್ಯದ ನುಡಿ. ನೀನು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಕ ತಡವಾಗಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, ನೀನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ನೊಂದುಕೋಬಹುದು. ಗುರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾಠ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು, ಬೇಗನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗು, ನಾನು ಗಂಜಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುಗಳು ನೊಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಬಡ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕಾಳಜಿ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕಾಳಜಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀನು ಬೇಗನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗು, ನೀನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ನೊಂದ್ಕೋತಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸೌಜನ್ಯನೂ ಇದೆ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕಳಕಳಿಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗಂಜಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕುಡಿದು ಹೋಗು ಎನ್ನುವ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಯ ಬಡತನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಇದೆ, ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿದು ಬದುಕ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಅದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದಕ್ಕ ಒಂದು ತೋರ್ಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿದು ಹೋಗು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಕುಡಿದು ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆಗ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಆಗಲಮ್ಮ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಾನು ಬರುವಾಗ ಕಾಡು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ. ಮರಳಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಡನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದ, ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದ. ಬೈಗಿನ ಹೊತ್ತು ನನಗಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಬರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ. ಬೈಗಿನ ಹೊತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿಯ ಹೊತ್ತು, ಬೈಗಿನ ಹೊತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೈಗು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ. ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಮರಳಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಕಾನನದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, ಅಂಜಿಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬೇಕಮ್ಮ, ನೆರೆಯೂರಿನಿಂದ ಬರುವ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಳುಗಳಿರುವರಮ್ಮ. ರಾಮು, ಕಿಟ್ಟಿ, ನಾಣಿ, ಮಾಧು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬ ಆಳು, ನನಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು, ಇವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಇದೆ. ಈತನ ಗೆಳೆಯರು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಈತನ ಗೆಳೆಯರ ಹೆಸರು ರಾಮು, ಕಿಟ್ಟಿ, ನಾಣಿ, ಮಾಧು. ಇದು ಒಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರಿಸಿ ಗೆಳೆಯರ ಹೆಸರೇ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆಂದು ತಿಳಿದು ಆಳುಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾದರೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಯಾರು ಮತ್ ಬಂತು ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೇಳಿದ ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ, ನನ್ನ ಗೆಳೆಯರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಮು, ಕೆಟ್ಟಿ, ನಾಣಿ, ಮಾತು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳದಾರು, ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಆಳುಗಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದಮ್ಮ, ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಬರ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಮರಳಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ತನ್ನ ಬಡತನ ಅಥವಾ ತನ್ನ ನೋವು, ತನ್ನ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ. ಮಗು ಅವರೆಷ್ಟು ಹಣವಿದೆ? ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ, ಹೌದು ಪುಟ್ಟ, ಅವ್ರು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳದಾರು, ನಾವು ಬಡವರು, ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಣ ಐತಿ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಡತನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀನೇ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿರುವೆ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಸಿಗುವುದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗಂಜಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸಾರವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಗಬೇಕು, ತಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ತಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದುಡಿಯಲು ಹಣದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೂಲು ಮಾರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾರಿ ಒಂದು ನೂಲು ಮಾರಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ 3 ಕಾಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹಣ ಎನ್ನುವ ಭಾವ, ಆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ 3 ಕಾಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದೇ ಬಾಲಕನೇ, ಗೋಪಾಲನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾಳ. ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಊಟ ಮಾರಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ನಿನಗೆ? ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೊಸ ಪಂಜೆ ಕೊಡುವೇನೆಂದು ಮೊನ್ನೆಯೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಮತ್ತಿದು ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಗು ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಆಸೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತು, ಅಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಪಂಜೆ ಕೊಡ್ಸಮ್ಮ ನನಗ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಅಪಹಾಸ್ಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾರಮ್ಮ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಲೆಯುಳ್ಳ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ದ, ಅಮ್ಮ ನನಗೂ ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸು, ನನ್ನ ಗೆಳೆಯರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅಪಹಾಸ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೇಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹರಿದ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಾನ, ಹರಿದ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೇಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಮ್ಮ, ನನಗೂ ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ. ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸುವುದು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರದು ಬಡತನದ ಕುಟುಂಬ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮವಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರ. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡವರು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಆ ಮಗುವಿನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು. ಬಂತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಅದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಟಾರ್ಚರ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಧರಿಸಿದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಹಳೆಯ ಬಟ್ಟೆ, ಹರಿದ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಧರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೋವು, ಕೊರಗು ಮಗುವಿನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಭಾವನೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಸಮವಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆ ಮಗು ಹೇಳ್ತದ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಉಳಿದವರು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಧರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹರಿದ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಅಪಹಾಸ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆ 3 ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಿದ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಪಹಾಸ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮಗುವಿನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಬಡತನದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿದು ಹೋಗುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಆ ದೇವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಉಣಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಮನೆಯ ಬಡತನದ ಒಂದು ಚಿತ್ರಣ ಇತ್ತು. ಹೀಗೆ ಆ ಬಡತನದ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಗುವಿನ ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಮಾರ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಚಿತ್ರಿಸರಿಲಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅವಾಗ ತಾಯಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ, ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಬಡತನ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ತಾಯಿ ಆದವಳು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೊಡುತ್ತೇನೆ ಕಂದ, ನಿನಗಾಗಿ ಹಗಲಿರಳು ನೂತು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಿನಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹಗಲು ನಾನು ನೂಲನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹಗಲು ದುಡಿದು ಹಗಲಿರಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ, ಹಗಲು ಮತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ದುಡಿದು ಹಣ ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿನಿ, ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
ಹೋಗು ಗಂಜಿ ಉಂಡು ಬಾ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ. ನೀನು ಗಂಜಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಾ, ನೀನು ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೂವಿನ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೂವಿನ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಆವಾಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಶ, ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಡವಳೆಂದು ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಳು. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಶ, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿಯೇ ಈಶಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇವರೇ ಅಂದಂತೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಶ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಓ ದೇವರೇ ಅಂದಂತೆ. ಓ ದೇವರೇ, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿಯ ಈಶನೇ, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿಯ ಒಡೆಯನೇ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಡವಳಂತ ಅನಿಸಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ದುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಂದು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಬಯಕೆ ನನಗದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಆಸೆಗಳನ್ನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅದು ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು ಬಡವಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿಯಿತು. ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಳುಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಶಾಲೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ನನ್ನ ಮಗುವಿನ ಆಸೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬಡವಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಬಡವಳು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಂದು ನಾನು ಬಡವಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ದೇವರೇ ಅಂದಳು. ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಬಡತನದ ಬವಣೆ ಏಕೆ? ಆ ಬಡತನದ ಕಷ್ಟ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ 100% ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟ, ತಮ್ಮ ನೋವು, ತಮ್ಮ ಬಡತನದ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ 100% ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ಆ ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ತಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ನೋವು ಯಾತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೋತಾರ. ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ, ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಭಾವನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವು ಉಂಟಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಡತನದ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ, ನೋವಿನ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ನೋವಿನ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆಗದಂತೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈ ತಾಯಿಯು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ. ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಬಡತನದ ಬವಣೆ ಏಕೆ? ನನ್ನ ಕಷ್ಟ ನನಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಬಡತನದ ಚಿಂತೆ ನನಗಿರಲಿ, ಮಗುವಿಗೇಕೆ ಎಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದಳು. ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಅವನು ಕೇಳಿದ ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬಡತನದ ಸುದ್ದಿಯನ್ನೇ ತಿಳಿಸದಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಬಡತನ ತಿಳಿಸಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಡತನ ಐತಿ, ಕಷ್ಟ ಐತಿ ಅಂತ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಲ್ಪನಾಕ್ ಬಂದಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೇಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಂದು ಅವನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕಳುಹಿಸಲಿ? ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮುದ್ದು ಕಂದನಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಂತೆ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇವಗೋಪಾಲ, ದೇವರು ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನನ್ನ ಕಂದನಿಗೆ ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಮರಳಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ಅಂಜಿಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಲಿ? ನಾನಂತೂ ಸ್ಥಿತಿವಂತಳಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬಡವಿ, ಆಳುಗಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗೆ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಳು. ಗೋಪಾಲ, ನಿನ್ನನ್ನೇ ನಂಬುವಂತೆ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲನನ್ನು ಕಳುಹಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ದೇವ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನೇ ನಂಬಿ ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತೆ ಮಗನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿದವು. ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಬಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಚಾಪೆ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಲೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಲೇಖನಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಸಿದ್ಧನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಒಂದು ಚಾಪೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಚಾಪೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಹಿಡಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಾಲ ಬಂದ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಮುಂದೆ. ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಾನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೊರಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ತಾಯಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇದು ಗೋಪಾಲನಿಂದ ಕಲಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲನಿಂದ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಕಲಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣುವ ದೇವರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು? ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು. ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇವರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು? ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು. ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ದೇವರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು. ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇವರು ಅವರೇ, ನಿಜವಾದ ದೇವರು ಅವರೇ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅವರೇ. ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಪೆನ್ ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಕುಡಿಯಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಹೊಸ ಬಟ್ಟೆ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇವರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ರಿ, ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಸೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಜವಾದ ದೇವರು ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು. ಆ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಈ ಗೋಪಾಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ತನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದ, ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ. ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಈ ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲನಿಂದ, ಗೋಪಾಲ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗುವುದನ್ನ ರೂಢಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ತಪ್ಪೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಅಂದ್ರ ದೇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿನ ದೇವರು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಾಯಿ ಹಣೆಗೆ ತಿಲಕವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೋಕಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳ, ವಿಭೂತಿ ಧರಿಸ್ಕೋ, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ವಿಭೂತಿ ಹಚ್ಕೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ. ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ತಿಲಕ ಇಟ್ಕೋ, ದೇವರ ತಿಲಕವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಮ್ಮ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ಕರಡಿಕೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುದು. ಕರಡಿಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ದೇವರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ರೂಪದ ಒಂದು ತಿಲಕ, ಭಸ್ಮ, ವಿಭೂತಿ, ಅದು ಕರಡಿಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಹಾಕಿಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಾ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ತಿಲಕವನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಲು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬೊಟ್ಟವನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಲು. ತಾಯಿ ತಿಲಕವನ್ನಿಟ್ಲು, ಕಂದ ಸುಖವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾ, ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಘ್ನ ಬರಬಾರದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆ ಹರಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇರಲಿ, ತೆಗೆದುಕೋ ಈ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಪಂಚೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾಳೆ, ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವಾಗ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದರೆ ಗೋಪಾಲನನ್ನು ಕೂಗು ಬರುತ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ. ಒಂದು ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವಿಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಲು, ಅಥವಾ ಆತನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಳು, ನೀನು ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಮರಳಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗು, ಆತ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತಾನು ಒಂದು ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೊಸ ಪಂಚೆಯನ್ನು ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಿಲಕವನ್ನಿಟ್ಟು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಅವನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ. ಗೋಪಾಲನನ್ನು ಕೂಗು ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಳಲ್ಲ ಅಮ್ಮ, ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಅವನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ. ಆಗ ತಾಯಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಿನ್ನಣ್ಣ, ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ, ನಿನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಮ್ಮ. ನಿನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅದಾನ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ನಾನು ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ ಅದಾನ, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ದನ ಕಾಯುತ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತಾನೆ, ನೀನು ಕರೆದರೆ ಬಂದು ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಡು ದಾಟಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಲು, ದೇವರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ನೀನು ಹೋಗು ಪುಟ್ಟ, ಮರಳಿ ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಮರಳಿ ಬರುತ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾದರೆ ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅದಾನ, ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ ಅದಾನ, ಆತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಗೋವು ಹಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತಾನೆ, ದನಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯುತ್ತಾ ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ ವಾಸಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇರಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ದನಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅದನು, ಗೋವುಗಳ ಪಾಲಕ. ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಬೇರೆ, ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಗನ ಹೆಸರು. ಆ ಗೋವುಗಳನ್ನ ಹಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಯಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಗೋವುಗಳ ಪಾಲಕ, ಗೋವುಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಕ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ, ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ, ನೀನು ಕರೆದರೆ ಬಂದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾಡನ್ನು ದಾಟಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾವ, ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಭಾವ ಆ ಮಗುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿದಳು. ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ ಹುಡುಗ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಕೂಗು ಕೂಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿ, ಆ ಅಣ್ಣನಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯ ಐತೇನು, ನನ್ನ ನೋಡನೇನು ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ. ಮಗುವಿನ ಮುಗ್ಧ ಭಾವ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯವಿದೆಯೇ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗುವಿನ ಮುಗ್ಧ ಭಾವ. ತಾಯಿ, ಹೌದು, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಗುರುತು ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗುರುತು ಇರುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆತ ದೇವರು, ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದ, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ನೀನು ಹೆದರಬೇಡ, ಹೋಗು, ನೀನು ಕರೆದರೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ, ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನೀನು ಕೂಗು, ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೂಗು, ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಗುರುತು ನಿನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯ ಆತನಿಗೆ ಇದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಕಳುಹಿಸಿದಳು. ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಲವಿಲ್ಲವೆಂದು ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವಿಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳ. ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಳು, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ, ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ನೀನು ಬಲ ಇಲ್ಲದಂತೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಬಲ ಕೊಡು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡು, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇರಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನೀನು ನನಗೆ ಬಲ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡು, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಕಾಪಾಡುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಿನ್ನದು ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎಂದು ಆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಟ 2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2ನೇ ಭಾಗ. ಒಂದು ಕಾಡು ಸಂಜೆಯ ಸಮಯ, ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಶಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತನ್ನ ಕೈಲಿದ್ದ ಚಾಪೆ ಮೊದಲಾದವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಟು ಹೂಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಗುಡ್ಡ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೂವ ಕಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೀಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾವ. ಹೂಗಳನ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಚಾಪೆ ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಹೂಗಳನ್ನ ಆರಿಸುವುದರೊಳಗಾಗಿ ಕತ್ತಲಾಗಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಆಗ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಈ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೂವಿನ ಗೊಂಚಲು? ಗೋಪಾಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಮರಳಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಗಳು, ಗಿಡಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತ ಹೂವಿನ ಗೊಂಚಲು ಐತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂತ ನಿಂತು ಮಗು ಭಾರ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ತಲೆ ಬಾಕುತ್ತಿದ್ದು. ಆ ಹೂವಿನ ಗಿಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂವಿನ ಭಾರ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಆ ಗೊಂಚಲು ಬಾಗಿದೆ. ಮರ ಏನೇ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಮರ ಈ ನೇರಿಲ ಹಣ್ಣು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಲಕಾಯಿ ಹಣ್ಣು ಇತ್ತು, ನೀಲದ ಹಣ್ಣು, ನೇರಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು. ನೀಲದ ಹಣ್ಣು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೇರಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು, ನೀಲಕಾಯಿ ಅಂತೀವಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಆ ನೇರಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಪ್ಪಾಗ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತ ಮಗು. ಆಯ್ದು ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಂದ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಬೈಗಾಯ್ತು. ಮತ್ತಿಷ್ಟು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಏನು ಸೂರ್ಯನಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವವರೆಗಾದರೂ ಮುಳುಗಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಈ ಕಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈ ಕಪ್ಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗಲಾರ್ದೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ. ಮಗುವಿನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗಡೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೇನು? ಹಾಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಆಗ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ನನ್ನಣ್ಣ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ದನ ಕಾಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನಂತೆ. ಎಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಅದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ದನ ಕಾಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಕೂಗಿದ್ರಾಯ್ತು ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೇಕೆ ಹೆದರೋದು ಅಂತ ಹಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ, ಅವನನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೋಪಾಲಣ್ಣ 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 ಅಂತ ಕೂಗುದ. ಏ ಅಣ್ಣ, ಏ ಗೋಪಾಲಣ್ಣ, ನನ್ಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ 3 ಬಾರಿ ಗೋಪಾಲನಿಗೆ ಕೂಗಿದ. ಆಗ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರವಿಲ್ಲ. ದನಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯುತ್ತಾ ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದನು ಇವನು ಅಂತ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ. ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ಹೋದ, ದನಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಯಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿರಬಹುದು. 3 ಬಾರಿ ಕೂಗಿದೆ, ಬರ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕರೆದು ನೋಡುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಣ್ಣ 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 ಅಂತ ಕೂಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ. ಆಗ ನನಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದರೆ, ಅಣ್ಣ ಕತ್ತಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಣ್ಣ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗ್ತಾನ. ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಣ್ಣ, ಬಾ, ಅಮ್ಮ ನೀನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ, ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗಿದ. ಆಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು? ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಈತನೇ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಬನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಡು, ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕ ಗೋಪಾಲ. ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಗು. ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಯಾವುದು? ಮಗು. ಮಗುವಿನ ಹೆಸರು ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಮಗು. ಸರಿನಾ? ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಏನು ಗೋಪಾಲ? ಅವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ಯಾ, ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಮಗು ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಬನ್ನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಗು, ಅಮ್ಮನ ಮಗು. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀಯಾ, ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಳು ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಾದರೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀಯ ಅಣ್ಣ? ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೂಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನ. ಆಗ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಹೆದರಬೇಡ, ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗು ಮನೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ. ಧ್ವನಿ ಬಂತು, ಒಂದು ಆಕಾಶವಾಣಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿ ಬಂತು, ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗು, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಹೋಗು ನೀನು, ಹೆದರಬೇಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಇದು ದೇವರ ಮಹಿಮೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಾಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀಯ ಅಣ್ಣ, ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಈ ಮಗು ಗೋಪಾಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ ಅಣ್ಣ, ನನ್ ಕಾಣ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಬಾ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ, ತುಂಬಾ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದೇನೋ, ನಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಧ್ವನಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬಾ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗಿದಾಗ, ನಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕಣೋ, ಈಗ ಬರುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಹೋಗು, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ, ಹೋಗು, ಹೆದರ್ಬೇಡ, ನಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದೀನೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿ ಬಂತು. ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಧ್ವನಿ, ದೇವರ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಅವ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ನೀನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲವೇ ಅಮ್ಮನ ನೋಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ? ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನ ನಡುವೆ ಏಕಿರುವೆ? ಈ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀಯಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏಕಿದ್ದಿ? ಅಮ್ಮನೇ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನು? ಅಮ್ಮನೇ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಗು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಮ್ಮನ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಣ್ಣ ನೀನು? ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀಯೇನು? ಕತ್ತಲೆ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಗುವಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ, ನಾನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳು, ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನಗಾಗಿ ಕಾದಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗಪ್ಪ. ಮಾತು ಧ್ವನಿ ಬಂತು, ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಬೇಗನೆ ಹೋಗು, ಹೆದರ್ಬೇಡ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿದ, ಅಥವಾ ಧ್ವನಿ ಕೇಳಿಸಿತು ಗೋಪಾಲನ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಈಚೆಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಕಾಡನ್ನ ದಾಟಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿ, ಒಂದು ಧೈರ್ಯದ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಆ ದೇವರು ಈ ಬಡ ಮಗುವಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೃಪೆ ತೋರಿ ತನ್ನ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಈಚೆಗೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಈಚೆಗೆ ಬಂದ. ತಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಣ್ಣದೊಂದು ಕಿರೀಟ, ನವಿಲುಗರಿ, ಕೈಯಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಕೊಳಲು. ಗೋಪಾಲನು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿರುವುದನ್ನೇ ನಗುತ್ತಾ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಳಿಕ ಕೊಳಲು ಊದಿ ಹಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಇದೊಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಇದೆ. ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವೇಷಭೂಷಣ ಕುರಿತು ಬರೆಯಿರಿ ಅಂತ. ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಆ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವೇಷಭೂಷಣ, ಆ ಮಗುವಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಉಕ್ಕಿ ಬಂದು ಆ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ದೇವ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದ. ಆತನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿತ್ತು, ಕೊಳಲಿತ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಕಿರೀಟ ಇತ್ತು, ನವಿಲು ಗರಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಗುತ್ತಾ ಆ ಮಗು ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಬಡ ಮಹಿಳೆಯ ಮಗು ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿರುವುದನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಅವತಾರ, ದೇವರ ಒಂದು ಮಹಿಮೆ, ದೇವರ ವೇಷಭೂಷಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರಿಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲನ ವೇಷಭೂಷಣ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ತಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಣ್ಣದೊಂದು ಕಿರೀಟ ಇತ್ತು, ತಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಿರೀಟ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನವಿಲು ಗರಿಯನ್ನ ಚುಚ್ಚಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕೈಯಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಕೊಳಲಿತ್ತು, ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಓದುತ್ತಾ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಗೋವುಗಳ ಪಾಲಕ. ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಊದ್ಕೊಂತ, ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಓದುತ್ತಾ ಆ ದೇವ ಗೋಪಾಲ, ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಗೆ ನಾಚಿಲಿಕೆ ಮನುಜ, ಒಲುಮೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗುವೆನು. ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಲುಮೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಒಲುಮೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗುವೇನೊಂದು, ಸರಿಯಾಗೋದು ಬಂದಿಯಾಗೋದು. ಯಾರು ಒಲುಮೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿಯಾಗ್ತೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಅವಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಗೆ ನಾಚಿಲಿಕೆ ಮನುಜ, ನಾನೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಅಂತ ಮೆರೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ನಾನ್ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಗೆ ನಾಚಿಲಿಕೆ ಮನುಜ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ನಾ ಬಹಳ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಇದ್ದವ, ನಾನೇ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತ ಅಂತ ಮೆರೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆರೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತಪಸ್ಸಿಗಳನ್ನೇನು ಜ್ಞಾನದಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಲು ಯುಗ ಯುಗಗಳು ಬಳಲುವರು. ತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಜ್ಞಾನದಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಲು ಯುಗ ಯುಗಗಳು ಬಳಲುವರು. ಆ ತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು ಸೊಕ್ಕಿನಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅವರು ಬಳಲ್ತಾರ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನನ್ನು ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು, ನಾವು ತಪಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿವಿ, ನಾವೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಆ ಹಲವಾರು ಯುಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಯುಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಯುಗ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬಳಲ್ತಾರ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಧೇಯತೆ ಅದ, ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಅದ, ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮುಗ್ಧತೆ ಅದ, ಅಂಥವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಭಾವನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಇನ್ನ ಯೋಗಿಗಳೆನ್ನನು ಜನುಮ ಜನುಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಂದಲು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗಿಗಳು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸಿದರೆ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಲು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಂಬಿದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಅವರು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸಹಕರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸಹಕರಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ಬಿತ್ತರ ಸಾಲದು ಪವಡಿಸೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಕಂಬನಿ ಮನೆಯನಗೆ. ನನಗೆ ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟೇ ನೀರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮಲಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಮುದ್ರದಷ್ಟೇ ನೀರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಕಡಲಿನ ಬಿತ್ತರ ಸಾಲದು ಪವಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಲಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಕಡಲು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮುದ್ರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ, ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ, ಬಿತ್ತರ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಆ ಜಾಗ ನನ್ಗೇನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಮುದ್ರದಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಳ, ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ನನಗೇನು ಮಲಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನನ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಹನಿನೇ ಸಾಕು. ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಹನಿ ಸುರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಹನಿ ಸುರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮನೆಯೇ ನನಗೆ ವಾಸಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಬಳಿ ವಾಸಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಕಂಬನಿ ಮನೆಯನಗೆ ಹಿಮಗಿರಿ ಎತ್ತರ ಸಾಲದು ನಾನಿರೆ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯವು ಸಾಕೆನಾಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎರಡು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ನನಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಸಮುದ್ರದಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ನನಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ, ಆ ಕಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸಿ ಸುರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹನಿ ಕಣ್ಣೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನಾನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥವ್ರ ಕಣ್ಣೀರನ್ನು ಒರೆಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದರ್ಥ. ಇನ್ನ ಎರಡನೇದು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಹಿಮಗಿರಿ ಎತ್ತರ ಸಾಲದು ನಾನಿರೆ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯವು ಸಾಕೆನಗೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾದ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ನನಗೇನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯನೇ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕು. ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯನೇ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ನನ್ ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಮುದ್ರದಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶವೂ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ರ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಭಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಷ್ಟದ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹನಿ ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಸುತ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ತೋರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗೇನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರದೇಶನೇ ಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾದ ಪ್ರದೇಶನೂ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಭಕ್ತನ ಹೃದಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಸಣ್ಣ ಹೃದಯವೇ ನನಗೆ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕು. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ಹಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಊದುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬೃಂದಾವನದ ಗೋಪಿಯರರಿತರೆ ವೇದಗಳಾಡುವ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರುವ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳೊಲ್ಮೆ ಮೀರುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಸಾಧನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಆ ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ವೇದದ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೋಪಿಯರಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಕೃಷ್ಣನಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬೃಂದಾವನದ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ಅರಿತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರಿತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು, ಬೃಂದಾವನ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ವನ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವನವೇ ಬೃಂದಾವನ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನು ವಾಸ ಸ್ಥಳವೇ ಬೃಂದಾವನ. ಆ ವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ಈತನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ವೇದಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ವೇದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಬೃಂದಾವನದ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ಅರಿತಾರೆ, ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾರ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ವೇದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸಾರಿ, ನಾನು ಮೊದಲ ಅವ್ರು ವೇದಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ವೇದದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ, ಆ ವೇದ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಭಕ್ತಿ ತೋರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೃಂದಾವನದ ಗೋಪಿಯರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಮೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದ. ಬೃಂದಾವನದ ಗೋಪಿಯರರಿತರೆ ವೇದಗಳಾಡುವ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರುವ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳೊಲ್ಮೆ ಮೀರುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ. ಆ ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಒಲುಮೆ, ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳ ಒಲ್ಮೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ. ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರಿ ಆ ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು, ಈತ ಗೋವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಆ ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಕರೆದು ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ ಗೋಪಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ತೋರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಆ ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಗೋಪಿಯರು, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ತೋರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಅದು ಯೋಗಿಯ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿದ್ದಾಗಿರ್ತದ. ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಗೋಪಿಯರು ನನಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಭಕ್ತಿ, ಒಂದು ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಭಾವನೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮೀರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥ ಆ ಗೋಪಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ ತೋರುವ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಮೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು. ಇನ್ನ ಮೀರದೆ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇವರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಆ ಬೃಂದಾವನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮೀರಿಸ್ತದ. ಅಂಥವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತ ಆ ವೇದ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಊದುತ್ತಾ ಹಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇದು ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಥವಾ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಒಂದು ತನ್ನ ಈ ಹಾಡಿನ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಊದುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಡಿನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ. ಇದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಪ್ಯಾರದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಕಡಲಿನಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾದ ಪ್ರದೇಶನೂ ನನಗೆ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಡಂಬರ, ಆ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಸುರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣೀರಿನ ಹನಿಯೇ ನಾನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಂತ ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಭಾವನೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮೆಚ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ ಅರ್ಥ. ಮತ್ತು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆ ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ಪರ್ವತದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ ಕಡಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ವಾಸಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ ಅರ್ಥ. ಇನ್ನು 2ನೇದು, ವೇದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರದಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೆಚ್ಚೋದ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ, ಅಂಥ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಿಗೆ ಮೆಚ್ಚೋದ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅವ್ರು ಗೋಪಿಯರೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಬಡ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ ಅರ್ಥ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಆ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಸಾಧನೆಗಿಂತಲೂ ನಾನು ಯಾವ್ದು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹಾಲನ್ನು ಮಾರಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೆಂಗಳೆಯರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಅವ್ರು ತೋರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಈ ಹಾಡಿನ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಡವರಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೃದಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮನೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅವರ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಲಿಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಆ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮೆಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭಾವ ಈ ಹಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭಾವವನ್ನ ಆ ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ತನ್ನ ಹಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಪಾಠ ಓದ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ 2-3 ಬಾರಿ. ಈ ಪಾಠ 2-3 ಬಾರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಓದ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇಡೀ ಪಾಠ 2-3 ಬಾರಿ ಓದ್ರಿ. ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ತಿಳಿತಾ?
Yes, ma'am.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಭಾಷಾಭ್ಯಾಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ನೀವೇ ತುಂಬ್ರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇದೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ನೀವೇ ತುಂಬ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಪಾಠ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊನೆಯ ಪಾಠ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಾಠದ ನಾನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂತ ಬಂದೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಬರ್ಕೊಂತ ಬಂದಿರಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಬರೀರಿ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿ ತಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ, ಸಮಾಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ, ಸ್ವಂತ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಅಂತೂ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪದದ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಈಜಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಇಂಥ ತಮ್ಮ ತದ್ಭವ ಪಾಠ ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಪಾಠ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Yes, ma'am.
ಹಾ, ಪಾಠ ಚಂದ, ಕತಿ ಚಂದ ಅದ. ಒಂದು ಮುಗ್ಧ ಭಾವನೆ ಅದ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಅದ, ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಅದ, ಒಂದು ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ವರ್ಣನೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಂಭಾಷಣೆಯ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಾಯಿಯ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಗುವಿನ ಪಾತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಬನದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಮನವರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ. 2-3 ಬಾರಿ ಪಾಠ ಓದ್ರಿ. ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫೇರ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ? ಕೃತಿಕಾರರ ಪರಿಚಯ ಬರೆಯಿರಿ, 4 ಜನ ಕವಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೆಯಿರಿ, 4 ಜನ ಲೇಖಕರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೆಯಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಪಾಠದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಾವ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬಿಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ತುಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಿಡೋದು.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ?
ಏನ್ ಸುಕನ್ಯಾ?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ?
ಅದು ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂದ್ರ ನೀವು ಸೋಮವಾರ ದಿನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಏನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು.
ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ದಿನ
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಫೇರ್ನು ಅದ್ರ ಕೂಡನೇ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಹಾ, ಫೇರ್ನು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೇನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಫೇರ್ನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಾನಂತೀನಿ ಬರೆಯೋ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಮಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ನಾನು ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನೀವು ಉತ್ತರ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಓದ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ರೂ ಫೇರ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಎಲ್ರೂ ಫೇರ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಏನಿ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ದಾಗ ಮುಗಿಬೇಕೆಲ್ಲ. ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ದಿಂದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವು ನನ್ನ ಪಾಠನ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ನ ಮುಗೀತದ. ಏನ್ ಉಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪದ್ಯ ಉಳ್ದದ, 2 ಪೂರಕ ಪಾಠ ಉಳ್ದವ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ದಾಗ ಮುಗೀತದ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ದಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ತಿಳಿತಾ? ಒಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಲೆಟರ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ, ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿನಿ. ಈಗ ಕೃತಿಕಾರರ ಪರಿಚಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪದ್ಯಗಳ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಭಾವಾರ್ಥ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದು ಈಗ ಮೊದಲಿದು ಮುಗಿಲಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ದಿನ ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸೇರ ಮತ್ತು ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಂದುಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನ ಇನ್ನೂ 2-3 ದಿನ ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಪಾಠ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನೇನಂತ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾ ಇನ್ನೂ 2-3 ದಿನ ಈ ಪಾಠದ ಹಿಂದಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ತಿಳಿತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ? ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಸರ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಜನವರಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬಿಡಿಸೋದು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
हेलो बिलाचा
Yes, sir.
sir.
Sir, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆದು ಏನು ಕೇಳಿಸೇ ಇಲ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆ.
ಯಾಕೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ರೀತಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ?
ಇಲ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಏನು ಬಂದಿಲ್ರಿ.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸು?
ಹ್ಞೂ ರೀ ಸರ್ ಪೂರಿ.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸಂಧಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಋಣಾತ್ಮಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸತಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸರ್.
ಸರಿ, ಓಕೆ, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಸಂಧಿ ಓಕೆ. ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರ್ತಲ್ಲ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಸಂಧಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ, ಹೌದಾ? ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸಂಧಿ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಏನ್ ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಆದಿತ್ಯ, ಹಲೋ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಸಂಧಿ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳು. ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. संधि शब्द का अर्थ है
ಸರ್ ನಾ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಮೇಲ್. ಹೇಳು.
ಎರಡು ಪದಗಳು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಕಾಲ ವಿಳಂಬವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೂಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಧಿ ಎನ್ನುವರು.
ಓಕೆ, ಅದು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ हिंदी हम जब हिंदी में संधि का जब देखेंगे तो बहुत सिंपल सा यहाँ पे आपको पता चलता है कि संधि जो है इसका अर्थ ही मेल है। मेल होना, मिलना, मेल, यानी संधि शब्द का अर्थ है मेल। अब आता है डेफिनेशन, दो वर्णों या अक्षरों के मेल से होने वाले विकार को संधि कहती हैं। दो वर्णों या अक्षरों से होने वाले विकार को हम क्या कहते हैं? संधि कहते हैं। लिख लीजिए, दो वर्णों या अक्षरों के मेल से, दो वर्णों या अक्षरों के मेल से बरकोड्री, दो वर्णों या अक्षरों के मेल से होने वाले विकार को संधि कहते हैं। दो वर्णों या अक्षरों के मेल से होने वाले विकार को संधि कहते हैं। संधि के निम्नलिखित तीन भेद। संधि के तीन भेद। पहला क्या है? स्वर संधि, स्वर संधि, व्यंजन संधि, व्यंजन संधि। तीसरा क्या है? विसर्ग संधि। विसर्ग संधि। यहाँ पे देखिए स्वर संधि तो बहुत आसान है, यहाँ पे कोई कठिनाई आपको नहीं लगती। और व्यंजन संधि, विसर्ग संधि। विसर्ग संधि जो है कन्नड़ में हम नहीं देखते, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಸರ್ಗ ಸಂಧಿ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅನುನಾಸಿಕ ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಂಜನ ಸಂಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವರ ಸಂಧಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿಂತ ಸೇಮ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿಂತಹ ಸಂಧಿಗಳೇ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. स्वर संधि की डेफिनेशन लिख लीजिए। स्वर संधि जब दो स्वर आपस में मिलकर जब दो स्वर आपस में मिलकर एक नया रूप धारण करते हैं, एक नया रूप धारण करते हैं, तब उसे स्वर संधि कहते हैं, तब उसे स्वर संधि कहते हैं। स्वर संधि के निम्नलिखित 5 भेद। पहला दीर्घ संधि, सेकेंड वन गुण संधि, थर्ड वन वृद्धि संधि, फोर्थ वन क्षण संधि, फिफ्थ वन अयाजी संधि। ये 5 भेद हम स्वर संधि में देखते हैं। दीर्घ संधि, गुण संधि, रुद्धि संधि, यण संधि और अयाजी संधि। पहला देखिए दीर्घ संधि। हम दीर्घ संधि किसे कहते हैं, उसकी डेफिनेशन लिख लीजिए। दो सवर्ण स्वर मिलकर सवर्ण ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಜಾತಿಯ ಸ್ವರಗಳು, ಅದು ಅ ಆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಉ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹ್ರಸ್ವ ಸ್ವರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ದೀರ್ಘ ಸ್ವರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸವರ್ಣ ಸ್ವರಗಳು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. दो सवर्ण स्वर मिलकर दीर्घ हो जाते हैं, दो सवर्ण स्वर मिलकर दीर्घ हो जाते हैं यदि अ आ ई उ और रू के बाद वे ही अ आ ई उ और रू के बाद वे ही ह्रस्व या दीर्घ आ जाएं तो हम उसे दीर्घ संधि कहते हैं। क्रमांक देखिए यहाँ पे आ प्लस आ इज इक्वल टू आ ही होता है, आ प्लस आ इज इक्वल टू आ ही होता है, ई प्लस ई इज इक्वल टू ई हो जाता है, ई प्लस ई इज इक्वल टू ई होता है। यानी यहाँ पे देखिए सारे के सारे क्या है, दीर्घ संधि, दीर्घ अक्षर आती हैं, यानी आ ई उ, यानी ऐसे यहाँ पे स्वर हो या दीर्घ हो। यहाँ पे देखिए अ प्लस अ क्या हो जाएगा, आ हो गया, अ प्लस आ हो जाता है, ई प्लस ई हो जाता है, यानी दीर्घ जो अक्षर वहां पे आता है इससे हम दीर्घ संधि कहते हैं। उदाहरण देखिए धर्म प्लस आत्मा, धर्मात्मा, धर्म दाम देखिए, अब लिख लीजिए, धर्म प्लस आत्मा क्या होता है? इक्वल टू धर्मात्मा। देखिए धर्मात्मा, धर्म, या फिर देखिए धर्म में क्या है? धर्म में पहला अक्षर आ जाता है, प्लस आत्मा में आ गया, इक्वल टू धर्मा, मां में क्या आ गया? आ गया ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮುಂದೆ ಅದೇನಾಗುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, धर्म प्लस आत्मा धर्मात्मा, और कवि प्लस इंद्र कवींद्र, कवि ई प्लस ई कवींद्र, गिरी प्लस ईशा गिरीश, गिरीश, लघु प्लस उत्तर लघुत्तर। ठीक है, पितृ प्लस ಋಣ ಪಿತೃಣ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೀರ್ಘ ಸ್ವರಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಆಗುವ ಸಂಧಿ ದೀರ್ಘ ಸಂಧಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ, ಗುಣ ಸಂಧಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಗುಣ ಸಂಧಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. यदि अ या आ के बाद आ के बाद या आ के बाद ई आई या ई, ऊ या ऊ और रू आए तो दोनों मिलकर समाज ए ओ और अन होते हैं। ए ओ और अन, ए ओ और अर हो जाते हैं जब हमें इसे क्या कहते हैं? गुण संधि कहते हैं। रहेगा उदाहरण देखिए, अ प्लस ई, इसका उदाहरण अ प्लस ई इज इक्वल टू ए, ये हो जाता है। अ प्लस ई इक्वल टू ए, यानी गज प्लस इंद्र गजेंद्र, महा प्लस इंद्र महेंद्र, रमा प्लस ईशा रमेश, महा प्लस उत्सव महोत्सव ओ महोत्सव, महा प्लस रुचि महर्षि महर्षि हो जाती है। इसे हम क्या कहते हैं? गुण संधि कहते हैं। नेक्स्ट लिख लीजिए वृद्धि संधि, थर्ड वन वृद्धि संधि। वृद्धि संधि बकोड्री, यदि अ या आ के बाद ये या आई आए तो दोनों के स्थान में ऐ तथा अ या आ के बाद ओ अय्या, ये तथा अय्या अ या आ के बाद ओ या औ आए तो दोनों के स्थान में औ हो जाता है। औ औ हो जाता है। उदाहरण आ प्लस आई इज इक्वल टू एक प्लस एक इज इक्वल टू एक प्लस एक इक्वल टू एक सदा प्लस एव सदैव महा प्लस ऐश्वर्य महेश्वर्य महा प्लस उत्सव महा प्लस औषधि। ये सारे के सारे क्या हैं? बुद्धि संधि में आने वाले हैं। नेक्स्ट आता है यण संधि। यण संधि यदि प्रकोड्रे यदि ई ऊ और रू के बाद कोई भिन्न स्वर आए तो ई का य ऊ का व और रू का र य व र यण संधि य व र रू का र हो जाए तो उसे हम यण संधि कहते हैं। देखिए आपको सिर्फ इतना याद रखना है, कहीं हम विकल्प मिलाकर या वहां पे अलग कर देखेंगे तो आपको यह पता चलना चाहिए कि य व र आ गए तो आपको सीधा सा कहना है यहाँ यण संधि है। यण संधि लिख लीजिए। उदाहरण अति प्लस अधिक अत्यधिक अ ई प्लस अ इज इक्वल टू य ई प्लस अ इज इक्वल टू ई प्लस अ इज इक्वल टू य ई प्लस अ इक्वल टू य यानी अति प्लस अधिक अत्यधिक इति प्लस आदि इत्यादि इति प्लस आदि इत्यादि पितृ प्लस अनुमति पितृ अनुमति पितृ प्लस अनुमति पितृ अनुमति। नेक्स्ट वन अयाजी संधि। अयाजी संधि रहे यदि ये ऐ और औ सॉरी ओ औ यदि ये ऐ और ओ औ के बाद कोई भिन्न स्वर आए तो ए का आए ए का आए ओ का आओ नोट ಮೇಲೆ ಯ ವ ರ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಎಣಸಂಧಿ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಅಯಾದಿ ಸಂಧಿಗೆ ಅರೆ आओ अर अर और औ का आओ हो गया तो उसे हम अयादी संधि कहते हैं. उदाहरण ए प्लस अ आया, चे प्लस अन चयन, ने प्लस अन नयन, गौ प्लस अक गायक, नौ प्लस इका नायिका. ये सारे के सारे क्या हैं? अयादी संधि. नेक्स्ट आता है समास. समास प्रकुटरी. समास में समास में समास में समास में दो स्वतंत्र शब्दों का योग होता है. समास में दो स्वतंत्र शब्दों का योग होता है. फुल पॉइंट. कम से कम शब्दों के 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 प्रयोग से अधिक से अधिक अर्थ बताने की अधिक से अधिक अर्थ बताने की अधिक से अधिक अर्थ बताने की संक्षिप्त विधि को संक्षिप्त विधि को समास कहते हैं. देखिए, कम से कम शब्दों के प्रयोग से अधिक अर्थ बताने की संक्षिप्त विधि को समास कहते हैं. दो या दो से अधिक शब्दों के मेल से बनने वाले शब्द समस्त पद कहलाता है. समास के विभिन्न पदों को अलग अलग करने की प्रक्रिया को समस्त विग्रह कहते हैं। यहाँ पे देखिए, कम से कम शब्दों के प्रयोग से अधिक अर्थ बताने की संक्षिप्त विधि को समास हम कहते हैं। समास के प्रकार प्रकोड्री, फर्स्ट वन अव्ययभाव समास, अव्ययभाव समास, अव्ययभाव समास। दूसरा कर्मधारय समास, कर्मधारय समास। तीसरा तत्पुरुष समास, तत्पुरुष समास। फोर्थ वन द्विगु समास, फिफ्थ वन द्वंद्व समास, द्वंद्व समास। सिक्स्थ वन बहुव्रीहि समास। ಹೀಗೆ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳು. अविभाव समास, कर्मधारय समास, तत्पुरुष समास, द्विगु समास, द्वंद्व समास, बहुव्रीहि समास. पहला हम देखेंगे अव्ययभाव समास, जो पहला है अव्ययभाव समास. बरकुल अव्ययभाव का शाब्दिक अर्थ है, अव्ययभाव के शाब्दिक अर्थ है, अव्ययभाव का शाब्दिक अर्थ है, अव्ययभाव का शाब्दिक अर्थ है अव्यय हो जाना, अव्यय हो जाना. अव्ययभाव का शाब्दिक अर्थ है अव्यय हो जाना. जिस समास में पहला पद, जिस समास में पहला पद अव्यय हो तथा उसके समस्त पद भी अव्ययी बन जाएं, उसके समस्त पद भी अव्ययी बन जाएं, उसे अव्ययभाव समास कहते हैं. उसे अव्ययभाव समास कहते हैं. उसे अव्ययभाव समास कहते हैं. अव्ययभाव समास में पहला पद प्रधान होता है. अव्ययभाव समास में पहला पद प्रधान होता है. अव्ययभाव समास में पहला पद प्रधान होता है. उदाहरण ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ವಿಗ್ರಹ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ. जन्म से लेकर क्या है, एक विग्रह है. इसे हम समासिक शब्द बनाना है, समास बनाना है. यह विग्रह है, इसे हम समासिक शब्द बनाना है. तो आज जन्म इसे हम कहते हैं आज जन्म. जन्म से लेकर पहला पद क्या आता है, आ. जन्म से लेकर आ जन्म समास का पद ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಜನ್ಮ से लेकर ಅಂತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. समास का पद आ जन्म. जब पहला पद अव्यय क्या आ गया, आ गया. ಆ ಎಂಬುದು ಅವ್ಯಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಅವ್ಯಯ. ಆ ಜನ್ಮ से लेकर ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ समास पद आ जन्म. ऐसे ही खटके के बिना बेखटक, बेखटके, बे अव्यय. पेट भर, भरपेट, भर अव्यय. जैसा संभव हो, यथा संभव. ಯಥಾ ಎಂಬುದು ಅವ್ಯಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ಯಯ ಜೊತೆ ಸಮಾಸ ಪದ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ವಿಗ್ರಹ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಜನ್ಮ से लेकर आ जन्म. ಆ ಎಂಬುದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ಯಯ ಬಂತು. ಬಿನಾ ಜಾನೆ ಅನ್ಜಾನೆ, ಅನ್ ಅವ್ಯಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು. ಅನ್ಜಾನೆ ಸಮಾಸ ಪದ. नेक्स्ट ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ कर्मधारय समास. दूसरा क्या है, कर्मधारय समास. कर्मधारय समास. देखिए कर्मधारय समास में क्या है, इस समास में परकोड्री, इस समास में बाद का शब्द यानी उत्तर पद प्रधान होता है. उत्तर पद प्रधानवाದಂತ समास है. उत्तर पद प्रधान होता है. इसमें विशेषण, विशेष या उपमेय उपमान. उपमेय ಮತ್ತು उपमान ಅಂತ उपमेय उपमान का संबंध होता है. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ उपमान ಮತ್ತು उपमेय ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. अर्थात दोनों में से एक शब्द की उपमा दूसरे से दी जाती है या तुलना की जाती है. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ, ಹೋಲಿಸುವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವ ವಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಲಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ವಸ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಮುಖವುಳ್ಳವ ಚಂದ್ರಮುಖಿ ಅಂತ. ಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಚಂದ್ರನನ್ನು ಇವನ ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಕೋಗಿಲೆ ಅಂತ ಕಂಠ, ಕೋಗಿಲೆ ಗಾನ ಗೋಗಿಲೆ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಹೌದಾ? ಗಾನ ಗೋಗಿಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೋಗಿಲೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಂಠವು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವ ವಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಲಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ ಅದು? ಕರ್ಮಧಾರಯ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ. ಕರ್ಮಧಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಲಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ವಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಆಗುವ ವಸ್ತು, ಈ ಎರಡೂ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಕರ್ಮಧಾರಯ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಉಪಮಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮೇಯ ಈ ಎರಡೂ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಸಮಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕರ್ಮಧಾರಯ ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಯಾವುದು ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ. ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಂಗಡಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ, पहला पद, दूसरा पद, समस्त पद और विग्रह. विग्रह क्या है? देखिए, सत पहला पद है, दूसरा पद क्या है? धर्म है. समस्त पद क्या है? सद्धर्म. समास ಏನಿದೆ ಸದ್ಧರ್ಮ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಸದ್ಧರ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪದ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಮತ್ತು ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪದ ಮತ್ತು ಎರಡನೇ ಪದ सत प्लस धर्म सद्धर्म. सत प्लस धर्म सद्धर्म. यानी उसका विग्रह क्या है? समास ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೀವಿ? सत है जो धर्म सद्धर्म. और पीत प्लस अंबर पीतांबर ಅಂದ್ರೆ पीत है जो अंबर पीतांबर. पीत है जो अंबर पीता प्लस अंबर पीतांबर. नीलकंठ नील है जो कंठ नीलकंठ. नीला प्लस कंठ नीलकंठ. कनक लता कनक के समान लता, यानी किसकी लता कनक के समान है, इसे हम कनक लता कहते हैं. चंद्र प्लस मुख चंद्रमुख. चंद्र के समान मुख चंद्रमुख. और पहला पद उपमेय तथा दूसरा पद उपमान. यहाँ पे एग्जाम्पल देखेंगे. मुख चंद्र मुख प्लस चंद्र मुख चंद्र. चंद्रमा रूपी मुख चंद्रमा रूपी मुख. यानी चंद्रनंते उಳ್ಳವ चंद्रमुखी मुख चंद्र. कर कमल कमल रूपी कर. इसे हम कौन सा? कर्मधारय समास कहते हैं. नेक्स्ट आता है तत्पुरुष समास. थर्ड वन तत्पुरुष समास. प्रकोड्री जिस समास में उत्तर पद प्रधान हो, जिस समास में उत्तर पद प्रधान हो वह तत्पुरुष समास के नाम से जाना जाता है. फोर्थ पॉइंट, इस समास में दोनों शब्दों के बीच आने वाले परसर्गों यानी को के द्वारा के लिए से का की के में पर का ಲೋಪ हो जाता है. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೋಪ ಆಗ್ತವ, ಲೋಪಸಂಧಿ. ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸರ್ಗಗಳು ಏನಾಗ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೋಪ ಆಗ್ತವ, ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತವ. जिस समास में उत्तर पद प्रधान हो वह तत्पुरुष समास कहलाता है. और इस समास में दोनों शब्दों के बीच आने वाले उपसर्ग यानी दो शब्द रहते हैं. दो शब्द के बीच में क्या आते हैं? ये आते हैं को. राम को राम ने, राम से राम के लिए. यानी एक शब्द के आगे दूसरा जो शब्द होता है जोड़ने के बीच में जो आती हैं उसे हम कहते हैं उपसर्ग. अब देखिए यहाँ पे विधि को है, विधि समास नहीं है, विधि समास हो रहता है. ये गलत होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पे विधि को क्या है, उपसर्ग है। ऐसे ही इस समास में ऐसे उपसर्ग क्या होती हैं, लोप हो जाती हैं। को के लिए, का, से, में, पर, सारे कितने भी उपसर्ग हैं, सारे के सारे उपसर्ग क्या हो जाते हैं, लोप हो जाते हैं। अंदर दुष्पोक्तवा, लोपाक्तवा, इसे हम क्या कहते हैं, तत्पुरुष समास कहते हैं। जैसे जन्म की क्षति, जन्म क्षति, जन्म की क्या हो गया, लोप हो गया, की क्या हो गया, लोप हो गया। और यहाँ प्रसद की का लोप हो जाता है और समस्त पद है जन्म क्षति, जन्म की क्षति, जन्म क्षति। और वहां पे देखिए स्वर्ग को प्राप्त, ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಇವಾಗ, ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತಿ ಆದರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಹೌದಾ, ಸ್ವರ್ಗವಾಸಿ ಆದರು ಅಂತ, ಸ್ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಸಿ ಆದರು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವರ್ಗವಾಸಿ ಆದರು। और ग्रंथ को लिखने वाला ग्रंथकार, गगन को चूमने वाला गगन चुंबी, और चिड़िया को मारने वाला चिड़िया मार, परलोक को गगन, परलोक गगन। यानी यहाँ पे को के लिए और से का में पर, इनका क्या हो जाता है, लोप हो जाता है। राकेश सेनप्पा, राकेश राकेश ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ तत्पुरुष समासದಲ್ಲಿ कारकों की व्यक्तियों के नाम के अनुसार तत्पुरुष समास के 6 भेद हैं, 6 प्रकार बರ್ತವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, सिर्फ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ। ಒಂದೇದು कर्म तत्पुरुष, करण तत्पुरुष, संप्रदान तत्पुरुष, अपदान तत्पुरुष, संबंध तत्पुरुष, अधिकरण तत्पुरुष, ಹೀಗೆ 6 ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆಗ್ತವ। ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಒಂದು ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ। ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಉಪಸರ್ಗ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಕೋ, ಕೆ ಲಿಯೆ, ಕೆ ವಾಸ್ತೆ, ಕೆ ದ್ವಾರ, ಸೆ, ಕಾ, ಮೇ, ಪರ್, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಂಗಡಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ 6 ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ। ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉಳಿದಂತಹ ದ್ವಿಗು ಸಮಾಸ, ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಸಮಾಸ, ಬಹುವ್ರೀಹಿ ಸಮಾಸ, ಈ 3 ಸಮಾಸಗಳು ನಾಳಿನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೋಡೋಣ। ನಾಳೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂಡೇ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇದೆ। ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಲೆಸನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ? ಆದಿತ್ಯ,
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್,
ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಲೆಸನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
सर ऐसे वन ದಾಗ दुनिया की पहला मकान तन मुगशिर,
दुनिया में पहला मकान। ओके, ಲೆಸನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 11 ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು? 10
ಸರ್ 10
ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಸಂಡೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಗ್ರೂಪಿಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಂತೆ। ಲೆಸನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 11, 12, 13 3 ಲೆಸನ್ಗಳು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ 11, 12, 13 ಈ 3 ಲೆಸನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ। ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟೂಡ್? ಲೆಸನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 11, 12, 13
Yes, sir.
ಓಕೆ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ। ನಾಳೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸಂಡೇ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 2 ವೀಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆ। Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so actually today Sahil's seminar is there, but somehow he's absent. Okay, because of his personal work, he's absent, and see, just I think he will go tomorrow or Monday. So now, just we will go for the revision. Okay. Now we will go for the revision of the first part. Okay, part 1. Part 1. So now tell me which lesson we have to go. So which one you want, we will go for that lesson. So whether we will go for a wrong man in workers paradise, or the elixir of life, the gift of the Magi, or Louis Pasteur, conqueror of disease, what is moral action? So 5 lessons we are having. Okay. So which one you want, we will go for that. So we have to go for revision once for all lessons. Shall we go for the elixir of life?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today we will go for the revision of the elixir of life. So you know that. What is the meaning of elixir? Elixir means a kind of liquid which have a magical power. Okay. So it's kind of a liquid. Okay. So which having magical power. So what the people believe that it can give the immortality. Okay. As well as it can it can cure the illness of any kind of illness it used to cure. So the elixir of life. So now here, this beautiful essay, take it as an essay, okay, written by C.V. Raman. Okay. Now this is a single man narration story. Here all the ideas or thoughts they are of about of C.V. Raman only. So he used to say everything here to the reader. Simple. If you get any reference from this lesson, write it. So C.V. Raman said to the reader. Simply you have to write that much only. Okay. Now. So first the lesson starts like this. So the man has went in search of that elixir from several years, from centuries to centuries. He's trying to search the liquid which give him immortality. Okay, so he tried it. So that he given that name, that liquid called Amrit. Okay. So he given a name to that elixir or a liquid which used to give immortality to the human being. So that is human being or anyone. So that is what Amrit. So man went in search of that liquid from centuries to centuries, from ages to ages. But somehow somewhere in the histories, in the stories, we will get that somewhere got that liquid, somewhere not. But so what he says that the people believe that the Amrit, which was the imaginary elixir, okay. So he talks that it is an imaginary elixir of the people. So actually the man was not get that, but he forgotten the real elixir, which is nearer to his hands. So that is plain water. So he used to talk about 2 things in the first para. That is first one, Amrit, and the plain water. So what man went in search of this liquid. Okay, from years, but he won't get it. So that is what his imaginary thing. Okay, so that is imaginary elixir. Okay, he tried to get it, but he won't. But he forgotten the real elixir, which is nearer to his hand only. So that is what a common, common liquid of all. So that is plain water. So which one is the real elixir here? Plain water. Which one is the imaginary elixir here? That is Amrit. Okay. So this is what simply the first para. Next he says that once he went for a travel or a tour. So just he went to Egypt or somewhere. Just think that somewhere that kind Egypt. Just he was talking about Egypt. Now he was standing a line. Okay, just he was standing on a line. So that line separates two things. Okay, so this is very, very important that just to focus on this thing. Okay, so he was standing on two lines. That line separates that separates the two forms of land. So that what? That line is, just that line separates the two lines. One is a Libyan desert. Okay, so one is a Libyan desert. So remember the place. Okay, and another one is the valley of the Nile. Valley of the Nile. Now what happens? The simple line is that. Just watch it. This is beautiful. So now what happens? From this side of the line, that is completely like a desert. Okay, that is named as the Libyan desert. Desert means that completely covered with sand. Okay, we will not get any greenery there. So we will very rarely get the living things there. So that what? But valleys were formed by the rivers. Now here, this land is completely filled with the greenery. We will get a lot of vegetation there. So wherever vegetation is there, wherever water is there available, the people used to live there. Animals used to live there. So this is what the difference what we used to talk about in the second para. What he says that he was standing on the line which separates two parts of the land. One is the Libyan desert and the second one is Valley of the Nile. So what happens? Here he cleanly explains that. So in Libyan desert, we will rarely see the living things. We will not get any speck of greenery here. Okay, so we will not get the living things here. Okay, this part is completely covered with the sand. Now he talks about the valley. So this part, so this is the greenest part of the world, and it is having more fertile land, and this part is a highly populated or densely populated land. So this is what the three difference he talks about that. So how? So this part is completely covered with the sand. Okay, so this land is covered with the fertile silt. Okay, so here we will not get any speck of greenery, but this part is completely greeny line. Okay, greenest line. And here this part we will rarely get the living things, but this part is highly thickly populated land. So he talks the difference. Now why this difference is made? So what is the reason for this difference? So that is, the reason is simple. That is the river of river Nile. Okay, the water of the river Nile is the reason for that. What happens? So this is what high kind of land. So this is a land which created a curvy form. So here this is the lower land. See that river Nile flows in this direction. So that's why it created a valley, and because of that only this part is green. and it's having a, you know, thickly populated area, and it's having a, it's a greenest part of that, or greenest land. So this is what the reason, okay, for that difference. Got that? Now, so now what happens? River Nile, it started flowing from Abyssinia, okay, Abyssinia of Africa, and it flows in the remote areas of the Africa, and it reaches to the Egypt. So when it reaches the Egypt, it created this valley. So that's why Egypt is a land of Nile. Okay, Nile created that land or the country. Now this is what he talks in the second paragraph. Okay, so now the question you will get that what is the difference C.V. Raman talks about in the second paragraph. So this is the difference what we talking here. Okay, so what he given there. Now, so third paragraph. So the third paragraph, he talks that, or he says that, okay. So the geologist, according to the geologist, the entire soil of the Nile Valley, that is the creation of a river itself, the soil of that land, that part. So this part, what we already watched that. So that part having the soil, so that was created by the river Nile. So that river Nile created the fertile soil. Okay, because of that fertile soil only, that part is a different one. So how that fertile soil was formed there? So now when river Nile is flowing from Abyssinia, so just think that this is Abyssinia. So river Nile is flowing like this. Okay. So when it's flowing from the remote areas of Africa, okay, so it carries the central area of the Africa, it carries the silt of that places, okay, wherever the river Nile used to flow, from that places it used to carry the silt. So this is the water's most important property. It will carry the silt with it. Now it carries the silt from the African central areas, and it carries that silt to the Egypt, and so it stores in that valley. Because of that fertile silt, that Egypt was formed like that. Okay, so we will get that difference. He says that according to the geologist, so when river Nile is started flowing from Abyssinia to Egypt, it carries a fertile silt with it. Okay, so in fact the Egypt is made of the river Nile itself. Okay, see what happens. And he also talks that what many civilizations were formed on the beds of the river. Okay, Egypt civilization is also like that only. So it is formed on the beds of river Nile. Okay, it forms on the bed of river Nile, but see what continuous flow of because the continuous flow of river Nile, so the civilization of Egypt was not destroyed. Just you will get so many examples from the history. If once any river stopped flowing, so then the civilization which is formed on the beds of that river, that will going to destroy. Just take two examples, Sindhu and Harappa. So that is what Harappa and Mohenjo-daro civilizations, they take place on the beds of the Sindhu river. When Sindhu river disappeared, so then we lost that two civilizations. Like that here. So Egypt civilization, it never ends. Okay, why it never ends? Because of the continuous flow of that river Nile. So that exists still. Okay, so this is what we are having in the third para. So what simply he says in the third para, so that what that river Nile started flowing from Abyssinia, and it flowed in the central part of Africa. Okay, Africa. And while it's flowing, okay, it carries the fertile silt of that land, and it collected finally in Egypt. So now Egypt is formed because of that river Nile only. Okay, and he talks about that how it's because of unfolding regularity. So that civilization or Egypt remained like this. So that's what he given in the third para. Next, go for the fourth. What he tells in the fourth para. Okay. Okay, now he used to explain about the importance of the water, okay, or effect or the influence how water influenced on the earth. Now he says that this is one example what he given in the second and third para. So he used to say, he said that I will give so many examples like that. How Egypt was formed because of the river line. So like that, I will give so many examples, okay, that will show the importance of the value of that water. He said that, he started talking that this earth, even this earth was also formed because of that water. It has played a role of vast significance of shaping the courses of the earth. Okay, he says that even the earth's courses were formed because of the water. Okay, so he says that, so in the history, forming of earth, okay, and its curves, so the water played a essential role. Okay, and even till today, so the in our life, okay, water used to play a significant role. He tells in the fourth para. Simple. Next, he used to talk about rain-fed tanks in the fifth para. Okay, so this is what very, very important again. Rain-fed tanks. Now what he used to say that, now simple thing is that, so what happened? See, according to C.V. Raman, in South India, what happens in everywhere on the earth? He talks about that if the land is there, if it's having the sources of water on it, so that he compared with the eye on the human face. Okay, how eyes will increase the beauty of the human face, like that water sources. It may be a rain-fed tanks or whatever it may be. So they will increase the beauty of that land. It talks. So he says that what? So the water will flow or streams will trickle over the rocks and collected in a little pond. Okay, so that water is used to collect in the little pond. So that see what happens when the cattle. See, they are going back to their houses. Okay, so they used to quench their thirst every evening in that ponds. That ponds are called simply rain-fed tanks. Okay, so what happens? So whenever rain taken places, so the water used to flow on the high lands or rocks. And finally, it collected in a pit or in a pond. So that form is called a rain-fed tank. Some of them were very huge and some of them were small. So what happens? The cattle. So they used to quench the thirst when they were going back to their house. So this is what he used to talk about a rain-fed tank. So he says that rain-fed tanks are commonly we will found in the South India. So rain-fed tanks we will get more in South India. So they played a essential role in the agriculture. Okay, he said that. So they were played a great role in the agriculture. And he also says that and watching the sunrise and sunset. Okay, watching the sunrise and sunset on that rain-fed tank. Okay, that is a beautiful sight. He explains that. So what is the beautiful sight? So when a rain-fed tank filled with the rainwater, And so the watching of the sun rising and sunset on the banks of that rain-fed tank. So that is what a beautiful sight. Okay. So now he says that. So and he also says that what is cheering sight? Cheering sight is when the rain-fed tank filled with the water. Okay. So when rain-fed tanks are filled with the rainwater, so that is called the cheering sight. Okay. Now he says that South India depends on, so whole South Indian agriculture depends on these rain-fed tanks. So now, so he says all these things in the fifth para. He talks about rain-fed tanks in the fifth para. Now what about the sixth? So that is simple. He talks about the, now he used to talk about the one properties of the water in each para. Now he used to talk about the great character or the fact. Okay, about water. So that is what water having the power to carry the silt. Okay, he talks that water having the power to carry the silt. Simple. Now what he used to say in this para that what happened? So it's having a great power, that is to carry the silt from finely or silt. So this is what the originalistic characteristic of color in rain-fed tanks. So the water which is present in that rain-fed tank, that will get the color. Okay, obviously when you will go to the rain-fed tank to watch, so you will get that. So the water of that tank will get different colors. So in our side, we will get kind of brown or black color of water. Okay, when we will go to the Bagalkot side, so we will get the red colored water. Why it will appears like that? Because of this, because of the power of the water to carry the silt. So now what happens? So if the land having black color soil, so then water flows on that and it will carry that black soil with it. So because of that only, it the water collected in the rain-fed tank, it will get the black color. If it flows on the land where the red soil is there, so then when water flows from that part, so it will carry the red silt, and what happens? So the rain-fed tank water, it will get the red color. So where that we call as a catchment area. When the water flows from the catchment areas, it collects or it carry the silt of that place. Because of that silt, the water which collected in the rain-fed tank, that gets the color. Now we are having a question that how a rain-fed tank water gets the color. So that rainwater, it started flowing in catchment areas. So when it started flowing in the catchment areas, it carries the silt of that land with it. Okay, because of that silt, so the water present in that tank, so they will get the color. So this is what he used to talk about in that sixth para. Okay, and he also talks that. So another that is the power of carrying the silt. Not only it carry the silt, fastly flowing water that will carry the things. Okay, even they were having high density. Okay, if the things having high density also, then also the speedily flow water will carry the huge things on it. So just you will watch that even the big trees, they were flowing on the top of that river or stream, because the power of that fastly or swiftly flowing water, so that will carry the things with it. So this is what another thing he talks in that sixth para. Now what about the seventh para? Okay. So now he says that how it helps, okay, and how it helps to the people and how it causes to the destroy also in the 7th paragraph. Now he says that so the flow of water undoubtedly it played a great part or the beneficiate one for the in the form of geological process. So in the geological processes, the flowing of water will definitely it played a great role. Okay, undoubtedly it will played a great role. So it will crush the rocks, and because of that only, so the silt will is to form. So when fastly flowing water, it passes over the rocks. So the upper layer of the rocks will we're going to crust, and later because of so many processes, then they formed as a silt. So this is what he talks, and he says he said that. So how water, fastly flowing water will help now more than of that that will cause us to destroy, or that will make that will be the reason for the destroy. Then what will we see that in how in what manner it will be destructive. So we will watch here. So what it will do? So when the fastly or swift flowing water, so it flows on the upper layer of the sun, or it moving fastly, so that carries or that vanish the upper layer of that silt. So that what happens simply when the fastly flowing water, what it will do, it when while it was flowing, so it will carry the upper layer of the silt easily through it. Okay, so this is what another first destructive or destruction. If we not check checking means forming of bunds or anything, or construction of the dams, checks everything. So if we not check the flow of that water, so then easily the soil will going to be eroded. Okay, so this is what he said in the 7th paragraph. Okay, now what he says, like India, like Indians, like India. So countries like India, we need to check the flow of water. Otherwise, so we will face so many problems. Now he will write that. So soil erosion is the major problem for India. Now he talks that. So what are the causes of soil erosion and what are the prevention methods of the soil erosion? Okay. Now 8th and 9th, he used to talk about soil erosion. Okay. So now soil erosion. So he used to talk about the reasons or causes of the soil erosion. So which one is the first and foremost reason of the soil erosion? Excessively heavy rainfall is the first reason. Okay. You have to remember that. Okay. So definitely you will get one question from causes of the soil erosion, or the effective or prevention methods of soil erosion. Otherwise, we will get a question as a combined form. Okay. Now, first one. So heavy rainfall. So excessively heavy rainfall when takes place, because of that, water will flow very fastly. It will get the momentum. It will get the speed. So then what happens? Soil erosion will take place. So this is the first reason. Excessively heavy rainfall is the first and foremost reason for soil erosion. And second form is that slope of the land. Okay, just think that. If the land having slope, so then easily soil erosion used to take place. So this is the second reason or second cause. Okay, first one, that is excessively heavy rainfall. Because of that, the soil is easily eroded unnoticeably. Okay, now what happens? Second one, that is the slope of the land. Third one, so third one, what we are having here? removal of the natural protective coat. The natural protective coat of vegetation. So what simply we will say this point as we are cutting the forest, okay? So we are cutting the forest because of that, okay? So what happens? Soil erosion taking place. Simply he will used to say that. So what removal of the natural protective coat? Removal of the natural protective coat means trees or some kinds of bushes. So we will cut them because of that only. So soil erosion will take place. This is the third point. And the next one, fourth one. So existence of ruts. So what happens? Existence of ruts. So through that rut. So I see already when I am giving the lesson, I have shown the pictures of everything. Ruts means a kind of a deepened structure formed in the land, agricultural land. So in male neer hardodaga form create ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. So that is what called rut. Now if say ruts were present, on the land, what happens? So rain, that will be the way for flow of that water. Okay, so that is the easy way to flow that water. So because of that rut, so the soil erosion takes place. So this is the fourth point. Okay. Next, fifth one. Yeah. So this is what absence of check. Okay. If you just think that if you will get the question like this, write the causes and effects of soil erosion. Okay, so then you have to put the points like this and write them. If you use this, if you use them in the statement, a long statement, so then it is beautiful. You will get lengthy answer. Otherwise, simply it is tough to you guys to remember the point. So just like write like this only, so you will get the full mark. Okay. Because evaluator will not have a chance to cut the marks because you have written the very correct causes or reasons. Now you have to remember this 5. Some of them were written in the examination only 3. Okay, so write it 5 at least. Okay, so 5 reasons for soil erosion we have given here. Okay, now so these are the reasons. Now how to protect the soil erosion, that is also very important. Okay, what are the steps we have to take to prevent the soil erosion? Okay, so what is first one? So the slope of the land is there. Now what we have to do here? We have to terrace the land. So first one, take it as the first one. Terrace the land. So why we have taken this one as the first? Because excessive heavy rainfall, we can't stop it. Okay, we can't stop it, but we will check them. We will check the flow of the water, but we can't do anything with the rainfall. Okay, so that's why we haven't given the point. So now we have given this. Okay, we will easily remove the slope of the land by terracing that land. Okay, now what about the second one? The construction of bunds. Now this is what we have to do. The construction of bunds. Now what bunds will do, that will flow, that will stop, or that will create the checks to the flow of water. Simply they will stop the flow of water. They will not allow that water to flow. Okay, so the construction of bunds to check the flow of water. Okay, next one, third one. planting of appropriate trees. Okay, planting of appropriate trees. Okay, so these are the points what we are having. Okay, so at least these three. Okay, so absence of check means we have to check, create the bunch or checks. Okay, so this is what exists of ruts. So we will remove the ruts, okay, easily. Okay, when we will terrace the land, so that ruts will remove easily. So removal of the natural protective coat of vegetation. So that's what if we remove. So then what we have to do? Now plant the appropriate trees. Okay. Now slope of the land is there. So terrace the land. Okay. So because by terracing the land, we will remove the slope of the land. Now heavy rainfall. Just this is also stopped by the construction of the bunds. Okay. By constructing the bunds or terracing the lands, we will remove exactly 4 points from that section. Okay, so these are the prevention methods. Okay, so make it as otherwise 2. Okay, another one, construction the dams or storing the water is another one reason. Okay, so write it. That is also a prevention method. Next. The easiest way to stop the flow of water is the planting of appropriate trees. So this is what we have to do. Okay. So now he tells that for the human welfare, or for the goodness of human, it is very essential thing that we have to plant the trees. Okay. So this is what we need, a very urgent or important need. So what happens if we planted appropriated trees with the appropriated steps? So we will form the forest. Okay, so that is what he used to talk. Now he says that that is very important for a country like India, and they will give the double purpose also. What is that double purpose? Okay, so that forms, simply that forms okay, sorry, the preserving and utilization, the stopping of flow, the stopping the flow of water and the preventing and using the water of water is very essential thing for us. So because of that, we will get so many advantages that preventing the water and conserving it, that will play a double role. That what first he talks that Indian agriculture that depends on a rainfall only, seasonal rainfall only. Okay, he talks that so whole Indian agriculture that depends on the seasonal rainfall. Sometimes the rain will take place, or sometimes it is not possible. So that's why whenever rain takes place, so the water of rain will flow easily and it will reach to the sea or ocean. So before of that to reach the sea, we have to stop or we have to check the flow of that rainfall water, and we have to utilize the water for our agricultural or other uses. So how? By forming the dams. Okay, by creating the dams. So what we will do? So if we created the dams, what we will do? So now, if by creating the dams, we will utilize that water for agriculture. That is first one. And some other subsidiary purposes are there. So they would. So we will use or we will produce the hydroelectric energy by creating that dam. Okay. So when the water is stored in that dam, so that water is used. okay, for the production of hydroelectric energy. Okay. So by adopting the techniques and preventing, okay, we will conserve the soil erosion, as well as we will use the things, okay, or the water for our fundamental welfare. Okay. Now, that water, what we collected in the dam or what we stored, so that is also formed, or that creates another form of transport, that is the water transport. So which is neglected by the all government. So that one is the cheapest form of transportation. So through that we will transport the huge things also. Now this is very necessary for country like India to focus the transport system of water, because that kind of transport system is the cheapest form of transport system. Okay, so now we are just giving interest towards the airlines or road lines, but we have forgotten the water lines. So that waterways or transformation through the water is the easiest one, and it is the cheapest one. So that's why we have to concern of about them, or we have to think of about them. And he also says that now afforestation. So he talks about the planting of the trees in the 12th. Okay. So now it is very important us to plant the trees. Okay. So by planting the trees, okay. Now almost what we're having, some parts of the lands they are having scrub jungles, and so vast of the lands they were not having the forest. Now it is very important or urgent. So now what happened? We are having two kinds of forest. One is a natural forest. Okay. And second one is the man-made forest. Okay. So man-made forest. Now what happens? This is also called as a civilized forest. Okay. He used to ask a question based on this. What is civilized forest? Civilized forests are nothing but the man-made forest. So now for the natural forest, it will take more time to grow. Okay, the trees naturally they want to grow, then it will take them more time. But man-made forest means they will not grow that much of a lengthy. So how trees will grow in the natural forest. But this is man-made forest, they will not grow that much of the length. They will not grow too much height. So they will grow like less, okay, less height. So that is easiest task to grow that trees, that kind of trees. So that is what a man-made forest is made by easily. So that's why this is now we are having an urgency. Okay, so we need urgently the forest. So that's why now technology went towards the man-made forest. So that is what called a civilized forest. Now question rises that what is civilized forest? So the planting of appropriate trees in every possible and impossible area, okay, or land is called a civilized forest. So planting of the trees in every possible or impossible land. So that is we called as a civilized forest. Now he used to talk about that. So now what about? So it will also give played a double purpose. So it will help us to that what the things or the waste what we will get from that forest. We will use it for our own thing. Okay, as a fuel, we will use them as a fuel or anything. Okay, so this is what he used to talk. So this is what the lesson. So in this way, simply water will help us. So that's why he said that because of all these things, water is the real elixir of our life. Okay, so we have to give attention to protect that, to conserve it and utilize it in the proper way. Okay, so this is what the elixir of life. So almost in this class, I have completed all the questions what you are having in our textbook, and we have given the answers of all those. Okay, so just what you have to do. So write the questions what you are having the backside of the lesson. Just try to get the answers. First write it. Whether it may be right or wrong, that is the secondary thing. First write it and later open your page or thing to just check it with them. So then you will get easily. Okay. So thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the last class, under the social movements, we were discussing about the farmers' movement. These farmers' movements were emerged during the time of 1980. In the beginning here, these farmer movements they started with the denial of that land tax which was imposed by the government, and later onwards here through their movements they had tried to express their economical situation, how it was to the government, to the society there. And during the 1970, while Devaraj also became the Chief Minister of Karnataka, he assured them to bring their social reforms, and with the help of his ministers and also the other sources here, he tried to eradicate that social evils in the society, such as that tenancy system, bounded labor, and night soil marrying there, that all activities. We took their necessary precautions to take out that farmers, those were under the control of that tenancy, bounded. It means Jita Paddhati anta ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು, that is. Especially during his period, he had tried to lift up that weaker section communities here. Those who were not able to get their requirements, or those who were suppressed by the higher communities in the society, to take out from that all communities here. He spent his more time, or he used his power there to lift up the situation of that poor people there. His minister Basavalingappa also had tried to eradicate the practice of carrying night soil. Minister Basavalingappa, he tried to eradicate the practice of carrying a night soil on the head there. Since banished that, even though here in some that villages it hasn't running there, this kind of that social that evil at present also in the modern world. In the later duration, farmers movement were organized to attract the attention of the government for the various problems faced by the farmers, and later on also these farmer movements were used to oppose the government actions which were harming the farmers' economic situation. You can see at present also that farmers movement which was running in that which has been running in the Delhi. The farmers of Punjab and Haryana and other states across the country, they have been conducting that kind of movement to oppose that for modification of APMC Act here. And that act, government it has allowed actually the farmers to sell their crops anywhere else according to their wish. But even though some other farmers they were trying to oppose that policy there. Maybe they would encouraged by that other people or those who were getting benefits from the, or those who would not get benefit from the that new APMC Act here. You know, in the present world, how people they will fall in the that kind of tricks of that cheaters here. Like that, even that farmers, most of them, they were encouraging by the other that people, those who wouldn't get benefit from that new APMC Act. Several times in the television also they have shown that how that other people behind
they are trying to encourage that farmers to revolt against the government here. Here these farmer movements, later on also they started to conduct that to oppose that policies of the government, which is not beneficial to them. In the beginning only they started to reject that land tax, and later on also they tried to conduct here the farmers movement to show their economic conditions, how to fix the crops price, how to provide here that fertilizers at a particular period or particular month to conduct their agriculture activities, how to provide subsidies here. At present here, over the period of time, that issue they will change there regarding that farmers movement. They wouldn't remain same along the year, along that century. According to situation, necessity, requirements here, the aim and objectives of that movements they will change. In the beginning, they started that farmers movement by giving indication of rejection of that land tax, which was imposed by the government. But later onwards, for the other matters, other that issues also, since that 1980, these farmers movement have been conducting by the farmers in various parts of the country. And the government tried to tackle that all farmers movement as a politically motivated movement here by using the police force and other that military forces also. Since that 1918 here, farmers they conducted many that movements, and government it has been trying to suppress how to control that movements here by using the police force also and firing or lathi charge through this also there. You might have heard about that Nargunda incident, Nargunda farmers movement, and also Haveri farmers movement, which they did in the 2008 days. In the 2008 also, farmers they revolted against the government because the government didn't succeed to provide fertilizers on time to sow the crops, how to start their agriculture activity. When they got a shortage of fertilizers or the dealers they didn't supply that fertilizers, all farmers uniting they oppose the government policy to control that farmers movement. Here police force it has used their firing also, lathi charge also. In that one of that farmer, I couldn't able to remember that farmer's name here, farmer name. He was died in that lathi charge or in that firing day. It happened in that 2008, and during that last century, this type of incident were happened in that Nargunda also. There also government imposed a kind of tax on the farmers, but the farmers of that Nargunda they rejected that and they revolted against the government there. And while government it had tried to suppress or to control that Nargunda farmers revolt by using the police force and other agencies of the government, during the situation due to the lathi charge and then that firing from that farmers they lost their life there. And recently that 2 to 3 years back, that state government it has used the police force to control the farmers which were opposing the state government policy in their Navalgunda also, Navalgunda, Nargunda, Yamnur there. Police forces they entered in each and every home and dragged here that farmers out and led them to their stick there. Like this year, or according to period of time to control that farmers movement, governments they have been using here a police force, but these are not able to control that. That discussion it is very important to stop that, how to reduce that farmer movement, how to convince them, and also we have to identify that backhand which is supporting or which is encouraging that movement. We have to first identify that hands here. That Nargunda movement it happened in that farmers movement in 1980 in the month of June. Nargunda it was the taluk of the Dharwad. And after that incident here, the farmers movement leader MD Nanjundaswamy, socialist, founded Karnataka State Raita Sangha. And later on also that incident, one of the socialists who had think about the society farmers, he founded the Karnataka State Raita Sangha, that organization or institution there. That is the an image of that person here. This organization came into existence with the presidentship of Rudrappa, a Gandhian from Shimoga. He was the follower of that Gandhi ideas here. Therefore, he was called as a Gandhian, and he was the president of that state Raita Sangha, which means Karnataka State Raita Sangha. The founder MD Nanjundaswamy and president is Rudrappa. He was from that Shimoga. And Professor MD Nanjundaswamy, founder, was only named as the convener, and ND Sundaresh was named as the secretary of the organizer. Here, convener means here, what do you call it in Kannada? That is Sanchalaka or leader. So, he was the founder also, and then convener also here, that MD Nanjundaswamy, and president here Rudrappa, and ND Sundaresh here, he was the secretary of that Karnataka State Raita Sangha. Due to unscientific price fixation, the farmers are in distress here. You might have heard about that phrase several times. Whenever the farmers they try to grow more and more that crops, vegetables, they do not get that suitable price. And whenever they do not grow more that crops, that price of our crops will increase there. Here, each and every that industrial person, he had here a right to fix his product price, but the same power is not in the hands of a farmer. That is the main fault of that would be government. Maybe it didn't allow that farmers to fix his product price there. Because of that, they are serving a lot under the hands of that dealers or mediators. So those will purchase their crop. Due to skip these all distress or that their problems, recently government it has brought their modification changes in the APMC that act here. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ತೊಂದರೆಗಳನ್ನ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ APMC ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. To stop this all or to reduce this all exploitation of farmers by that agents of APMC, government it has implemented effectively that it is trying to implement that effectively, but the people, those who will not get benefit from that, they are encouraging that farmers to protest against that APMC act here, new APMC act. That farmers, they have to understand whether they could follow the instruction of government or that middleman. It is depend upon them. That discussion it is still also running on there. It is going on between the government also and then farmers. Several 3 to 4 times discussion was happened between the home the Amit Shah also and other officials with the farmers, but they didn't able to come to the conclusion till also there. That moment it is going on in the Delhi way. Actually, that farmers they should have that right to fix their crop price. Then only here their social condition it would be better, social also and an economic condition also. Otherwise, always they will be what they will suffer a lot under the middleman or under that APMC holders there or owners. Villages which lack infrastructure should be developed immediately here. So they are facing here problem of a market also there, road and transport. They do not get the proper road and transport and market to ship their crops out to sell their crops in the market also. Even this is also a kind of what drawback to that farmers here to get a good price. Therefore, government it has to give importance to the work to build good infrastructure regarding market also, road and transport also there. The government should stop seizure of the properties of the farmers for their debts here. Every year, in the month of June and July, here farmers they will take loan from the banks to carry on their agricultural activities, to purchase the crops or to purchase the kind of machineries or any other labor expenditure, to pay labor expenditure also. But whenever they will be failed to pay that loan, some banks what they will do here, they will seize their articles or materials or their property. It has happened several times. Some of the government by sending their goons, they have tried to recover their loan. They seize their tractors also, their vehicles also, their other kind of vehicles. Government it should stop these all activities. Instead of that, it has to give right to that farmers to fix their crop price there. By sitting in that four walls or by wearing the white shirt and that black pant, it is easy to talk about that farmers. Only farmer can understand their problem there, what they are facing to grow that kind of crops there. Even today, the farmers' movements are going on in Delhi, across the country. Very recently, the farmers protested against the Mahadai Kaveri River water sharing judgment of the court. So the farmers of that North Karnataka and South Karnataka, they have been conducting a lot of that movement or protest against the government to implement that effectively Mahadai River project and Kaveri River project here. There is a clash between the Karnataka state government and then Tamil Nadu in sharing of river water of the Kaveri. If we do not have water, how can we release the water to that Tamil Nadu there? If there is a water, we can release it. If there is no water in that KRS dam, how shall we release the water to others? They have to understand the officials and other higher officials to release the water before announcing to release the water there. And recently, the state government it has planned to provide water to the northern Karnataka people by turning the Mahadai River course But here also clashes are arised here between the government of Karnataka and then government of Maharashtra, Goa. Especially this is the clash between the Goa and then Karnataka there. Regarding Krishna river water, there is a clash between the Karnataka and the Maharashtra. Regarding the Kaveri river water sharing clash, it is between the Karnataka and then Tamil Nadu. And Mahadai between the Karnataka and then Goa there. That project it is also running there, but it is not completed there. To complete that very soon and to provide water source to the northern Karnataka, several times the farmers of northern Karnataka, they have conducted the movements of protest in the different places of the northern Karnataka there, but yet it is not solved. This is the great failure of that each one elected representatives here. Whenever they do not take very seriously this matter, it is not possible to clear these issues. They show negligence. This is not our problem here. Even after that 20 years or 30 years also, that government they cannot solve these all problems. This is all about the farmers movement. Now here we are going to discuss about the laborers movement. Usually labor movement or trade unions represents here ordinary workers. Here, here almost all that laborers, those who are working under that particular government department, they will form here their own organization. For example, each and the teachers of a state government, they also have their union there. Karnataka Rajya Sarkari Naukarar Sangha, like that. And even the SBI workers also have their union. Like even the post office workers, they also have unions here. These represents here actually that workers, whenever they do not get the sufficient benefits facilities, they will start to conduct their movements or strikes against the government here. You might have heard about that several times, bankers movement, bankers strike there. Here labor movement is a movement demanding better working conditions and pay for the workers along with the demand for the implementation of labor related legal provisions here. Here, these labor movements, by conducting the various kinds of labor movements here, they will demand here to provide better working conditions here. It means a limitation to work. Almost all the government departments, they are already demanded fixed their working hours there. But in the private companies, there is no rules and regulations to work, how to get work from the laborers here. Those who are standard, those are good here, they have been practicing that, like the Tata Motors follow, and I think Reliance, these all. But in some other industrial areas, farmers, they have to work here a lot, and they do not get even excess salary also for that extra work there. There is a condition from the government here, all that institutions, organizations, and other Sangha, Samstha or any other here, they have to take only 8 hours work from the labor. Only few that institutions and organizations, they have been practicing that. But remaining others, they are not following properly that 8 hours working. More than that, they are taking work from the labor and paying here less salary there. The movement that is held through the trade unions, it is called as labor movements here. The movements which were organized by the trade unions of the laborers to fulfill their desires and needs, requirements or their demands here, how to improve their conditions, they are called as labor movements. The movements which were held or conducted by the trade union to fulfill their demands, needs, or make their working condition better, they are recognized as or called as known as labor movement. In many countries, the trade unions have also become the political parties. They have formed their own political party and then contesting in the government election day, in the every election. What is that word? Pro-labor philosophy has been evolved in the in opposition to the exploitation of the capitalism here. Here capitalism, it means capitalization. Here labor's movement, they have been opposing here that as capitalization here. Under this capitalization, that owners of the industry, what they will do here, they do not give importance to the life of that labor. They will exploit and they will take work, more and more work from the labor, but they do not pay here suitable salary to them. Therefore, here farmers movement, they have been evolved to oppose that exploitation of even the capitalism also there. But ಬಂಡವಾಳಶಾಹಿಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, they do not concentrate the production of labor. They do not focus on the production of the labor. Instead of they will focus here that profit here. To get more profit, what they will do, they will take over work from that labor without paying the actual salary there to earn income. It would cause us to many problems in the future there. Therefore, that labor's movement, they are opposing that capitalism also. Beginning of labor's movement here. In European countries, due to industrialization, there was a drop in the employments available in agriculture sector, and more employment were there in the industrial sector there. Whenever that industrial revolution started in the European countries during the 18th and 19th century, most of the laborers, they migrated to the city. Why did they migrate to the city there? Because they were getting their better job, better salary than the agriculture sector there. Therefore, that agriculture sector, it has faced a lot of problems or shortage of that labor. And this resulted in the migration of workers towards industries here. Whenever that industries and other that organizations we started to produce goods through the industry or machineries, people from that villages, they started to migrate toward the city there. And that industrial person or that capitalist persons here, they started the exploitation of labor to get their more profit. This led to over exploitation of workers. They were forced to work for longer hours there. Instead of working 8 hours in that industries, they forced them to work 10 hours or 12 hours. Okay, they were ready to work for that extra hours there, but they didn't get here salary for that extra hours there. Therefore, against this exploitation, that labor's union or workers union, they started their movement to save their life or to get better conditions in the working area. The laborers become aware of this exploitation and became organized opposing their developments here. whenever they got awareness regarding that kind of exploitation, they have tried to form their unions and started to oppose the policy of that capitalist here or that industrialization policy there. During the 19th century, workers' parties and trade unions started organizing workers all over the world there to oppose that exploitation in the industries and then in the capitalism. In the 19th century, workers' parties and then trade unions, they started to organize the workers across the world to get support and to change the policies of the government or change the policies of the industrialization and capitalism. To get better conditions in the working field, they started to organize their workers. The International Working Men Association is the first labor union established in London in the year of 1864 year. There onwards, that exploitation. Here, the International Working Men Association, it was established in the London there in the year of 1864, and it was the first labor union across the world, which was established in the year of 1864 in London. And then onwards, across the world in other countries, that labor unions were formed. Due to protect the rights of labor, there is a organization under that UNO, the United Nations of Organization, ILO there, International Labor Organization. What is the duty of that International Labor Organization? Hello? To protect the, I won't tell that, you tell. What is the duty of that labor organization, International Labor Organization, which is considered as an important organ of the UNO there? Hello, I am asking you only, what is the work of that International Labor Organization? That I already told here a few minutes back. Hello. Chavikara. What is the aim of that International Labor Organization? Generally tell there, I am not asking particularly, just think and tell. To provide better facilities in the working areas here. And also it will take care about the health of laborers. Several times it may formed that rules and regulations which would follow by that industrial persons in the working areas there. It is funding also there to that all member countries to improve the condition of labor. The main aim of this association was to protect the interest of workers, protect their life, to provide better condition in the working field there, to provide a ESI, PFI, to secure their life, the future. They wanted to implement 8 hours shift of working only day. That is the rule here. Already government has formed a rule. Each and every organization they should take only 8 hours work from the workers. But some of they are not following this working hours here. More than that 8 hours they have been taking work from the laborers. Some of the companies, in the name of that OT, they have been paying the that extra salary there. But some other companies here, they aren't paying that their salary for that excess work or extra work. The labor movement spread to other parts of the world during later periods there. And later onwards, after this International Working Men's Association, which was formed in the 1864, and later onwards, in across the world, many that labor unions were formed to protect the life of labor. This is the what conference which was conducted by International Workers Men's Association. Later, which they conducted on that 20th September of that 1864. In order to protect the social security of workers, the government of India implemented their Act in 1923 to ensure the social security here. And after the demand from the laborers here, Indian government has formed that Indian government the kind of act and implemented that in the 1923. That is called Employment Compensation Act here. This act helped the Indian trade unions and various associations could gain legislative recognized here. It means according to this act here that all trade unions which were formed in India here, they were getting the permission or the legislative recognition there. After this, many labor unions were started and they have been continued to protest the rights of the workers here. It means they started to demand here their rights after that act in India. You might have seen that just that 2 to 3 days back there, KSRTC labor drivers and the conductors, they are also kind of laborers only there. They protest against the government policy. This is all about that labor's movement. Now here, the last untouchability prevention movement here. Untouchability is an inhuman practice of stratified society here. It is the inhuman time it is over. Since the ancient days here, untouchability it has been practiced by the society people here. You might have heard that in that last class also. Since the period of the Vedas, the untouchability it is in the society. It is considered as the inhuman activity or inhuman practice. Before the implementation of a constitution, the ideas like here untouchables should be untouched, should not stand next to him where in virtue in exist there. Before the independence here or before the implementation of a constitution, this untouchability was more in the society. You might have heard about the stories of about that people they didn't allow that people to get into their house also, or they didn't show their interest to come into contact with that people, that lower caste people there. And in some other occasions here, they didn't allow that people to take water from the lake also, from the river also there. And in that coffee shop or in either that small that kirani shop, they were not allowed to ask anything else there, or whenever they demanded, they were. I heard through that newspaper that incident here. They were getting coffee in that from that coffee during the before the independence. There were no coffee shop, just it was a tea shop there. That tea shop owner, he was providing tea not in glass there, in that coconut pot, you know that. ಈಗ ಕೊಬ್ಬರಿಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದ ನಂತರ ಏನು ಪಾಟ್ ನೋಡುತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇನು ಮೇಲಿನ ಒಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೈತೆ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಫಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಂತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಟೀಯನ್ನು. ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ದೇರ್ ವಾಸ್ untouchability practiced by the society people. Even today also in the villages, it has been running from the higher class people. They do not drink water from that lower caste people there, lower caste people house there. They do not take anything else also, any other food also there. Even till also in that some villages, that lower caste people, they will go for that landlord's house every that festivals evening there to take food from them. ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದಂತ ವರ್ಗದ ಜನ ಏನಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಬ್ಬದಂದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, by taking the vessels here, they will go to that landlords or that rich persons out there to collect the food from their home. Special ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. That is the what kind of untouchability here. That is when until also it has been running. And untouchability prevention movement is a movement aimed at achieving eradicating of the practice of untouchability and attack on the untouchable people here. Here untouchability movements they started, prevention movement they started to eradicate that unhuman that practice from the society. That untouchability communities they have been fighting for their rights for many years. Since that ancient days they have been fighting, but yet also it is not succeeded there. Still also in the society it has been practicing by that people. In the history of untouchability, opposing the movement, in the history of untouchability opposition movement, in the 19th century, this untouchability movement it was emerged more there. If you look at the history of untouchability movement here, that movements they were more in the 19th century. These Jyotiba Phule and that Periyar and Dr. Ambedkar and many other that people they had tried to eradicate that untouchability from the society. They spend their entire life to remove this inhuman activities. Jyotiba Phule organized a movement including the untouchables and backward classes. He started their movement, and the aim of the movement it was oppose the Varna system and resist the dominance of a caste social system there, to protect or to remove the caste social system and also that Varna system which is in the Indian society there. With this aim, various movements were started in states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh during 1917 to remove that untouchability or that Varna system, caste system from the society. In Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, especially in the southern part of Karnataka, in southern India, that all movements were emerged there to eradicate that untouchability. By 1925, Periyar Ramaswamy started the self-importance movement in the Tamil Nadu. Day. Here, Periyar, he is also one of the important social reformer. He started here that movement in the Tamil Nadu to get respect from the others there for the weaker section. Soon the Ambedkar continued to assist the rights of untouchables and women throughout his life. Even he also tried a lot to remove that untouchability and to increase the rights of women there. He started a periodical named Mukanayaka and was instrumental in creation of various movements against the practice of untouchability. To expose this, to exhibit this untouchability which was in the society, he started Mukanayaka, that periodicals also there. So that Mukanayaka here, he had shown the problems of that weaker sections, how it was spoiling their life in the society there. With the idea of Dr. Ambedkar on gender discrimination, untouchability, and then the movement become more powerful day. Later onwards, that movement they become more powerful, and they had tried to highlight the issue of gender discrimination, untouchability, and Varna system, caste system in the society day. Even in that roundtable conferences which were held in London in 1930, there Ambedkar he participated in that with the all Indian leaders and called for untouchables to become the rulers of India there. In that round table conferences, he demanded to provide a few rights to that untouchables during that round table conference which were conducted in that London there to discuss about the Indian issues. Ambedkar he continued to fight for the rights of Dalits up to his last day. Finally, by announcing that untouchability, with that untouchability, he accepted that Buddhism. Last another 2 slides are there. Yes, it is over. Gandhiji considered the liberation from untouchability along with the national freedom. He was a social here. He didn't give importance to only get the freedom from the British, and also he dreamed about to eradicate this untouchability from the society there. Therefore, several times he had tried to create a light up that awareness against the untouchability through his writings also, through his speech also there. But it is practicing by the people in the society there. He was a social reformer. Through his writings here, he tried to bring awareness among the people. Writing Harijana, Young India, these are the few periodicals which were started by the Gandhiji to improve the life of untouchables. Even today, many organizations and associations are active in the work of eradication of these evil practice in the society there. With that, we need here a human effort also. It is not possible only through the organizing or establishing the organizations and institutions. That awareness, it has to come from the heart of everyone here. Then only it is possible to eradicate that untouchability from the society. We should consider all are equal. We have to follow that ideas which were told by that Bhakti saints and many that scholars in the Indian history. Instead of focusing on their ideas, they have been focusing the worship of that all people there. Worship it is not important. Whenever we will follow their ideas in our day-to-day life, that is the what real worship of or respect of that people there. Okay, students, with this lesson it is over. If you have any doubts, you can ask. And the exam which we conducted in the last week, I didn't realize that in the last two classes, remember this one answer, to announce this result day. So only 9 students who attended the exam. What about the others? Aren't you getting interest there? Okay, let it be. It is your wish. I cannot tell that all. Almost all you have mentioned less points regarding the Ambedkar there. And most of you have lost marks in that multiple choice also. Regarding 2 marks and then 3 marks, you answered better there. But most of the students you lost marks in the long answer and that multiple choice. Don't you know here how many points we have to write for that 4 marks or 3 marks? You know already, but even though some of you didn't mention that 8 points, instead of you mentioned only 2, 3, 4. How can you get there if you are mentioning 2 to 3, 4 or that 3 to 4, 5 points for that 4 marks? Remember, each point carry half marks. If you would like to get full marks out of 4, you should write that 8 points. It is better to write there extra 1 or 2. Then only you will secure there that out of marks for that question. Otherwise, you will lose marks there. Okay, you know all that instructions. I won't repeat that again. That instructions here. Here your marks are as follows here. Rabina is secured here 14 marks. Almost all girls is secured there same marks there. So 8 here.